thrill with darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
Now we can fight as warriors, hand to hand. It is the basis of all combat. Only a fool trusts his life to a weapon.
What is good, my fellow gamers? Welcome to the 21st episode of the Company of Gamers podcast. 21 episodes, my dudes. It's crazy. And we're at 626 subscribers, I believe.
Is this the first episode of 2022?
Easy, my dude. It is. It's the first episode of the since 2022, I believe. Yeah. I think you're absolutely right there, man. That's crazy, mind blowing.
Congratulations,
bro, crazy. And we've got a shit hot panel tonight. We've got a few guests, some awesome guests tonight on the show, including one that is not yet here, but he is on his way. That is King Thrash himself. Do what you do. You know who he is, no doubt. But we also have special guests David Faulkner and Social Destruct. Social will be joining us for the first half. He has a lot to say about a subject he's very passionate about. Can't wait to get into the meaty nitty gritty of all things VR and PlayStation VR2 and what the future holds. But yeah, guys, welcome. Shout out to all the legends in the chat. In the chat right now, we've got The Unknown, Compost Smurth. Shout out to you, my friend. We've got Oti in the chat. Osama, Photo Mode. It's so good to see you here, dude. Go follow him on Twitter, man. Osama Photo Mode. That's his name on Twitter too. He has some awesome game art that he does. Virtual photography, all that good stuff. The Unknown, Wufaki, who are you? Right, I got a little story about these two. I just want to take a moment to appreciate the community that we have here. So Wufaki, for those who don't know, he lives in Greece, and as you know, the climate in Greece, the economic climate, has crashed completely. Very, very sadly, Wufaki's father passed away during COVID, and being the main provider, Wufaki struggled to make ends meet. He's been selling things, fighting to make money however he can to support his family. And I shared this story out on my Hangout stream last night that I did with Deezy. It was awesome, by the way. Definitely check that out. Some juicy nuggets there. That's definitely worth a listen. But yeah, I shared out his story and said that, you know, Wufaki, his PlayStation Plus is about to expire soon. Probably won't be able to, because of priorities, buy another PS Plus subscription. So would like to contribute and help him out and get him a PS Plus subscription. Now, who are you? 5 in the chat. Heard this and wanted to help him as well. He's extremely kindly sent Wufaki some money via PayPal to support him. and also donated a gift card for the podcast, a gift voucher. So for the next giveaway, we'll have an amazing gift voucher for US GameStop, I believe, to give away to a lucky winner. Extremely generous. Like, the generosity is through the roof. I can't quite believe it. And me and Wolfaki have agreed to share my US account. So it's cheaper for me to get PS Plus on a US account than it is on a Greek, because it's literally more than double the money in Greek. That's kind of the climate at the moment that we're dealing with. So Wolfaki's now able to play all his old PS Plus games on his Greek account, because my US account is now his main account on his PlayStation 5. So it's worked out really well for us both. And I'm just really happy for him that he's been able to kind of still enjoy gaming despite the difficult time that he's in. But a huge thank you and shout out to Who Are You 5. Truly a legend of legends and a really kind-hearted soul to have done that for him and for the podcast as well. Thank you for the generous donation to the podcast, so we'll be able to do a pretty beastie giveaway. We might actually attach that to the already $50 giveaway to make it $100 worth of value giveaway for a tournament that we're planning next year, this year, in a couple of months' time. So watch this space. Gonna be a pretty incredible fighting tournament that we're setting up with Nabrico's help. He mods the and kind of he's the main admin guy for our Discord. So exciting things in the works, guys. Watch this space. But shout out to you guys. Shout out to Retro, Twisted Sin, Ice Queen Gaming in the chat, David Faulkner, all of you legends. You're all appreciated, and it's awesome you're all here. JC, keep on keeping on. I love that quote from Death Stranding. Toolman, oh, it's lit tonight already. We're still waiting on King Thrash, but let's get the show on the road. We'll introduce the guests first, and then we'll introduce the main usual panel as well. So let's start off with our main man, Social Destruct. What's good, brother?
Hey man, what's going on with you? Thanks for having me on. Yeah, no, everything's going well. How about you?
Yeah, great. Appreciate your short notice, but I knew you wouldn't want to pass this opportunity up to speak about VR.
Yeah, there's so much misinformation out there with VR right now. I needed to be on and let your listeners know there's just so much going on right now. There's so much misinformation. So, no, thanks for having me on. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Big facts. The honor's ours. The pleasure is ours. David Faulkner, our Australian guru at all things analytics and economics. How are you, my dude?
Doing quite well, thank you. How are you travelling up there, mate?
Not too bad, bro. Bonza, as they say.
You bonza, mate.
Bonza, mate. Yeah, no, I'm awesome, my dude. I'm awesome. I'm super stoked that you're here with us tonight. We've had you on a couple of times, and you know how highly I rate you and appreciate you whenever you're able to make it. So I appreciate it's extremely early in the morning where you are right now.
Yep.
So thank you for being here. It's truly,
no worries.
Yeah. So what have you been playing, my guy? Have you been gaming?
Kind of. I've been on holidays visiting the family in interstate. So the PlayStation is currently collecting dust at home, while I've been working through some Pokemon games and some Lego games with my son on his Switch.
I love it.
So we've been having a great time, and he's been kicking my ass in Super Smash Brothers as well. So got to sharpen my skills up a bit there. But I've been doing some gaming on the Switch for the last couple of weeks.
I love that. I'll need to come to you for tips, bro. When I have kids and I'm trying to get them into gaming, I'll need your your assistance on tips on how to do it, the logistics of it, you know.
Mate, all I can suggest is, get a Switch because it's easy to get kids gaming on that. And then buy a couple of Lego games on the Switch, and then flick it over to the PlayStation, and bang, you're done. Easy as.
Love it. I love it. Just saying hi to people in the chat. Holomoko and D. It's great that you're here. D says, I'm excited for the control options discussion. Pros and cons of PSVR as a general control option for any game. That's interesting. That would be pretty cool for sure to talk about. No, that's great, David. Well, thank you for being here, mate. It's always appreciated. On to the main panel. We've got the awesome Sir Deezy, Seb Davis. How are you doing, my brother?
I'm good. I'm happy to be here.
I feel like it's been so long since we last spoke to each other, you know?
It was just last night, which was also fun. If you guys have a moment tonight, after, or a free moment tomorrow, like, you should definitely check out the Hangout chat. We were chopping it up, and we just had some impromptu discussions about video games. We talked about Days Gone, some of my personal favorite gaming opportunities going on right now, and then stuff that I'm doing within the industry and everything like that, and my background. So yeah, it was pretty nice. But I'm happy to be here today. It's the very first podcast of the year for Company of Gamers, and I had it just made for a great opportunity to reconnect with some of the people that I interact every now and then with, and frequently with on Twitter. So it's always good. So yeah.
Also, it might spoil last night's episode a little bit, but it's big news, and I want to say your goals are continuing to progress slowly but surely, bro, and excited for your future plans.
Me too, man. Me too. But yeah, don't want to spoil it for those who haven't been listening. So definitely check out the Hangout. I've shared it on my Twitter, and a couple of others have as well. And more news to follow.
Have I been neglecting your Twitter, bro? I haven't retweeted or seen this. I'm sorry. I'll get on to that. I'm such a bad friend. No, that's awesome. Oti, my brother, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. Just been hectic as usual with the baby. The sleeping hours whenever the baby decides to sleep. But I've been playing. We've been doing a lot. This week we haven't really been playing much Battlefield with Social. I think Social's still been playing. It's just that I have not had the time. But I've played Last of Us 2 when I was getting the chance. I am trying to see if you can finish the game on grounded and kill everybody. Like, I'm not leaving anybody alive. But the unfortunate thing about doing grounded without, it's like, I have a feeling Naughty Dog designed grounded where you should leave some enemies alive because you're gonna waste ammunition. But I have OCD when it comes to enemies. I never leave anybody behind. They must all die. So I've been playing it, and it's been incredibly difficult.
You sound like the most positive,
oh my God,
massacreist I've ever heard. Everybody must
die. Apocalyptic game, yeah.
It sounds like a madman.
The thing is,
speak my mail to me.
That's one of the reasons I couldn't finish The Witcher, because I remember I went to a battlefield and there were like 100 swords. I'm the type of guy who has to pick up everything. I cannot leave an enemy behind. It's like, I want to make sure that guy is not in the sequel. So you have to kill him. in this one.
Let me tell you
So
right now,
it's a lot of.
if you haven't played The Witcher for more than a few hours, you are missing out, bro. You need to play that
I
game.
tried.
Try it
I
again.
tried it.
Try it again.
I'll wait for the next gen update.
Yeah.
That's coming soon, is it? The next gen update for Witcher? Isn't that coming out soon?
Believe so.
Yeah.
Believe it will be coming.
May.
It's this year. Wilhelm
April,
Mosky.
May at this stage.
Is Charlie Sheen there? Where are you?
Yeah,
Wilhelm?
I thought more would be coming than just my name. Never mind, I'm doing great. I hope the panel does as well, and I hope you guys listening do as well. Big news that I've already announced on Twitter. I've finally beaten the first Metal Gear Solid. Was my second MGS game, in fact. Before that, I've played MGS Peace Walker because I just had it on my PS Vita, and I think that game's very underrated. I don't understand some of the hate that comes for it. I think MGS Peace Walker is brilliant, and now I finally now I want to dive into the series because it's just pure chaotic, beautifully poetic madness that I just have to experience. I still want to see, when the series goes, completely bad shit. I'm all in for that, and so far I'm loving it. I'm really enjoying the series. I love the first MGS game. Really, really impressive PS1 game. Like some of those visuals there, must have especially been for the time kind of jaw dropping. When you, for example, fought against Liquid Snake when he was on that chopper. When he flew by, or that scene where you entered the building where MGS Metal Gear Rex is stored. It's like visually dazzling stuff at the time, and
Big
such a
facts.
brilliant game. Such a brilliant game. It's such a great game. I really loved it, and
I'm
what
so
I can
glad to
say
hear
is
that,
my
man.
yeah, and what I can say as my verdict is I'd also go through 2 sessions of extreme intense torture for Meryl. I did that as well in the game, and it was
Did you
actually
spy on her working out? That was kind of like a thing that back in the day where it was like Tomb Raider, Lara Croft's boobs, them triangles that she used to have. Like they were a big thing back in the day. I mean, she was on like the front page of porn magazines. This game character, it was shocking. But like people would spy on Meryl working out. And it was like when you look back, it's just like pixelated polygons. But it's weird, man. It's funny, but how far gaming has come. But
I know.
how our brains kind of have become desensitized, I guess, to visuals. I mean, back in the day, even things like that, like MGS1, where your brain would fill in the gaps, your brain would fill in the blanks, it would almost like you could appreciate the most basic looking games, even though MGS1 isn't. It's incredible for its time. Do you know what I'm trying to say there? Like, I feel like
I know.
we've become more desensitized to things.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
For me, MGS1 would probably be even superior to the Matrix demo when you think of time. Of course, when something comes out with respect to the hardware at that time and your expectations at that time, I think I was more blown away by Metal Gear Solid than I was by the Matrix demo.
Yeah.
There was just something about, because we had just come from Mega Drive, so going from 2D to this kind of 3D with one of the best stories, with some of the best enemies, it was drenched in character and everything. So MGS1 still, to me, in terms of action games, still has the best set of villains you must face for any game. For any game for me.
I agree.
It just was horrible.
Like also the thing was with with stuff like the Matrix demo, it's like it's impressive, no question, but it's like the kind of stuff we come to expect. We start to
Exactly.
expect that kind of stuff. With MGS, on the other hand, it was like brand new. It was like untouched, undiscovered territory at the time.
This is what excites me about the future. You see, is I get the impression like Sony are trying to innovate to a truly next gen degree in with things that are happening. By the sounds of Fire Sprite, this unknown narrative driven game that they're working on, the way that DZ has spoken about it in the past, and I feel like they're trying to almost like recapture that magic that MGS1 brought to many people. It was such a something so different and fresh and new and exciting that even the Matrix demo, it kind of just doesn't hit. Like, there's only so much visuals can do before it becomes like, oh, that's impressive. Okay, I've seen it now. Do you understand what I mean? Like, because we've gotten to that point. We've gotten to that point now where everything's uncanny valley anyway. That it's like, well, will games looking like actual real life really hit us as hard as say 3D hit people when the world moved to 3D gaming from 2D, and when games like MGS1 were dropping and stuff like that? Will it hit as hard? And I just don't think it will. I think the way that games play is the game changer. The immersion, things like that. And I don't think the visuals are everything. Raw graphics, raw graphical fidelity is everything. So yeah, I mean, it's exciting. So sorry, Social.
I'm saying MGS was way ahead of its time.
Yeah, big time. Facts. Shout out to Gaming Despair. He's just jumped on to join us. Oh, mate, you know what? Can I just say, so happy to have you on the podcast, bro. Because you were still are an OG panel member, but just we, for whatever reason, haven't been able to make the podcasts for a long time. So really buzzing that you're here, my guy. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Well, been alright. Same old. Fucking started shit on Twitter and getting in trouble and all that bullshit. You know how it goes, man. Fucking the last tweet I made, man. Yeah, dude, my phone was fucking blowing the fuck up for like 2 days in a row. No, 3 days in a row. Yeah, man. Just been chilling, man. Playing video games, man. That's what it's about. That's it.
Big facts. Well, glad that you're here, my dude. So let's get this show on the road. We shall start with the main juicy topic of PlayStation VR 2.0. Now this is something that, I mean, we know the specs, we know what's been revealed at CES. It's funny that they chose that of all times to reveal it. But what do you guys think about it? First of all, Social, can you give us a rundown of the specs of this thing? What it is and why it's such a big deal?
It's a big deal, and there's a lot of I'm seeing there's a lot of salty people out there and a lot of people that are misinformed. They're trying to put comments out there when they don't really know the VR tech completely. I've been using VR since its inception when it first came into the market. So I've been using VR for a very, very long time. So I know what the tech is about, what it was to what it is now. So the way it used to be, and I just wanted to just let you know what it used to be as far as what you had to do to play VR. It's like the old way you had to set up external camera pods, you had to deal with cable management, you had to deal with all these external wires. It was a great experience, but just to set up the VR in the first place to get it running was a chore. Mm-hmm. So, and now the way the technology has evolved is that you have inside-out tracking, which basically means is that there's cameras on the headset itself, so you don't need any external cameras anymore. The eye tracking that the PlayStation VR 2 is going to have, the eye tracking has not been on a VR consumer headset in the market. And mostly businesses use VR headsets with eye tracking. And then just basically the way the technology used to be until it is now. I think this PS5 VR2 is going to be a premium headset that's going to have true next-gen VR in the home. The specs on this headset compared to other specs on the market, this is a premium headset. This is not an entry-level headset like Oculus. This is a high-level OLED screens.
It's almost on par with the most expensive headset available. I remember this YouTuber did a video of him spending £6,000 to get his hands on this headset, and it has retina level resolution, but ultimately what that works out as is around 2700 by 2400 pixels per eye. Now this costs £6,000, and the PSVR2 is 2000 by 2040, so it's not far off.
It's basically 2K on each eye. Basically the resolution on it is 2K for each eye. Yeah. So yeah, you're correct. What's that foveated vision that they're introducing on a PSVR headset? That's basically it basically looks at the highest detail where the fovea is in the eye, basically the center of the eye. So when you look straight, you have better graphics because of that feature. So it allows the devs to make the game even more powerful because they can add extra pixels and stuff because your eye concentrates on the field of view for the highest level of detail. So it gives the devs even more power to make the games even better than the VR that we had before.
Wait, so repeat that again. What gives the devs more power? Sorry.
The foveated field of view. So when you have that feature, that basically means you're in the center of your eye. When you're looking straight, you have a higher detail because that's where your eyes are. You know where the tracking is. Mm-hmm. So it allows the outside image to be a little bit blurry, but it allows the devs more power to make the game graphically better. Does that make any sense?
It does.
So what he describes for foveated rendering is direct version of...
You're cutting out there, DZ. You're cutting out a little bit.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so foveated rendering is based on how the eye works. Whatever it is that you're viewing goes into extreme focus, so you get the maximum amount of detail, and whatever is out of focus is a little bit more low res. And so with foveated rendering, it's a little bit like VRS. So if you remember at the start of the console generation for this generation, people were talking about VRR. Variated rate shading. I'm sorry. Variated rate rendering, which is basically based on where the camera looks within the game. It'll prioritize diverting more of the power to render high quality detail, while everything in the background and whatnot that's not within the camera's main line of focus gets that sort of focused thing. So it conserves it. It's basically throwing all the power into making the image quality and resolution and textures the best it can be. So you've seen situations like those in Gears of War 5 for the Series X, based on how they do rendering and stuff like that, and they get the most out of the system that way. So foveated rendering is one step further, so to speak, and they decided to employ that on the PSVR 2. So given that VR is a very much in-your-face way of experiencing things, much of what was an issue with low-resolution video games, low-resolution games on the original PSVR, this aims to rid or minimize that effect by, with eye tracking, based on how you look at things with the eye tracking that they're putting this in. Foveated rendering will definitely help make PlayStation 5 games or their VR games look look the part. So
I'm trying to understand what eye tracking is. Before we get into that, just want to say a warm welcome to Do What You Do, King Thrash, the man himself. How are you, my dude?
I'm good, bro. I'm like, shit, is this shit working? Yeah, I'm good, bro. How y'all niggas doing, man?
Mate, it's awesome. It's awesome to have you on, bro. I know we've said a few times, like, oh, we'll get you on the podcast, and I've always, like, just loved to have you on. So it's great that you're here, my dude, and thank you for joining us at such short notice.
It's all good. I had time, so it's all good.
Yeah, you've been killing it, man. Your videos. Shout out to King Thrash, right? One thing I just want to say, NXG kind of vindicated everything King Thrash has been saying for quite some time. And King Thrash, he's praised Forza Horizon 5 quite a lot. He says it's a very good looking game. And he's given it a fair amount of praise, but he has said it's wasted potential. He feels like I don't want to put words in your mouth, King Thrash, but in short, you've kind of said that you can't really tell the difference between the Xbox One X version and the Xbox Series X version, apart from 30 and 60 FPS, right?
Right. Yeah, they look damn near identical. They're basically Forza Horizon 4 2.0, basically.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a new map.
And
with the same everything else.
And he gets so much shit online for the things that he says. When they are quite, he's not lying. And NXG comes out.
My phone breaking up, huh?
NXG comes out and says the exact same thing, basically, that this game wouldn't have even hit top 10 if the competition had been slightly greater this year, because it's in all essence only a resolution and frame rate boost, and not even a resolution boost on the Series X, just a frame rate boost compared to the One X version. No graphical enhancements whatsoever, and it's just not good enough. And that's what he said. And this is a man who's obviously, he works at IGN. He's very neutral. He's very objective in what he says, and he's, in my opinion, one of the most credible, kind of a knowledgeable analysts out there. And all this time, King Thrash has been saying this. So I just wanted to give you props, man. That you say a lot of things that garner a lot of hate, but at the same time, you always end up vindicated in one way or another. So hats off to you.
Oh, much appreciated, man. Sorry, I know my phone is breaking up. It'll be good when I get back in the house. I was out here taking out the trash for that. But yeah. Good. Much appreciated. NXG copies my work, so it is what it is. You know. So, yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Hey, no joke though. But I have been considering the VR2. It'll probably be my first VR headset, actually. Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna do an analysis video on it. I'm gonna start off with Pornhub first, and then I'm gonna let you guys know like how it works with games and shit. All right, man. So I'm trying to figure that shit out for you.
Oh my days! I know. I have no doubt. I have no doubt, my dude. That is the future. But yeah, I wanted to hear you guys' thoughts. Social, he's kind of giving it a good breakdown. But what is, DZ, can you explain to me in layman's terms, what is foveated rendering? In a way that I can understand, because I'm dumb as shit.
Right. So foveated. So your fovea is like the center of your eye. It's where, and that's kind of where you view things at the maximum level of clarity. So if you were to take your phone right now and look directly on that, you'd notice how if you focus on it, the foreground or things that's closest to you is clear, and whatever is in your peripheral vision, is blurry.
Oh, that's shit! I know where you're going with this. To spare rendering power, they take notice of where you're looking and concentrate only on that for clear rendering.
Right.
Where your field of focus is. Yeah,
oh shit! No, really?
Yeah.
So the eye tracking, like a racing game, like when you have eye tracking, you don't even have to move your head that much. You look to the right, and you can see the right of the car because of the eye tracking, too. Plus the foveated vision.
Wow.
You don't even have to.
You know what? Oh, sorry. Go on, social. Sorry.
Oh no, I'm saying you don't even have to move around much at all because of the eye tracking. It tracks where your eyes are, where you are. So if you're in like Gran Turismo 7 and you wanted to look to the right, you don't even have to turn your head to the right that much. You can literally just look. It'll track your eyes wherever they go. Wow. Along with the foveated vision, which is the center of your vision, where the most clear, like the clearest part where you looked, where you focused on, that adds to the eye tracking. Does that make more sense now, Willie, as far as
it does?
How it all
so the foveated rendering works hand in hand with the eye tracking.
Correct. Yeah.
So, like I said, foveated rendering is a form. It's a more advanced, granular form of VRR. VRR is variable rate rendering, which in video games right now that use it enables them to focus the camera on one specific section at any given time, and whatever the camera is focusing on in that particular view, everything else will get lower quality of detail except for that one section. And the best way that I could tell it, there are two games that I know that use this right now. The next gen versions of Doom Eternal, and the next gen Series X version of of Gears 5. Now, the thing is, when you use VRR, you get certain artifacting things. So most developers don't really like to do it. It does save on performance and gives you more headway to make things look prettier on a per focus where the camera is looking at. But there are caveats to it. So foveated rendering makes much more sense for VR games because it's a very invasive technology. You literally have to sit the headset there, and the fact that there's eye tracking within it, I don't know how accurate the eye tracking is. I don't know if it's 1-to-1 where it properly tracks the eye and then enables that, but at some granular level, there is eye tracking within the new PlayStation VR. PSVR2. So with that being said, it just made sense for them to employ a more advanced version of VRR, which is foveated rendering. And so people are gonna get some really, really, really fantastic gaming experiences based on being able to focus.
Just gaming experiences, gaming despair. Just gaming experiences, brother.
Wait. What is that supposed to mean?
We heard what you said.
Oh shit! Yeah, I got you.
No facts. King Thresh will be able to do his analyses with VR, with a VR headset up, get up close and personal to everything on display. Who knows?
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
One more point I wanted to make, Willie. I'm sorry.
No, mate. Go social. Go for it, man. Appreciate you're an authority on this, as you're definitely a VR enthusiast. So go for it, man.
One argument that I've heard, and it annoys me because I've heard a lot of comments saying, "Well, how come it's not wireless? How come you have to plug into one USB-C cable?" When you use a VR headset wireless, if you do not have an internet connection or it's poor, the performance of the VR is not going to be as good.
Facts.
So you're going to have frame rate drops, graphical drops, performance. It's not going to work as good as a directly connected to the console or PC. So you even have that. You have the Oculus yourself. So they have an optical cable, which it tethers to the PC. So if you have the direct connection to the PS5 along with the inside-out tracking, that's the ideal way to have VR. If you do wireless, that could lower the performance of the VR headset. if you don't have a good connection.
Yeah.
So that's the
Facts.
reason why they have that direct connection.
For those who don't
And you know, man,
go on. Sorry, Gaming Despair.
and you know, I'll be honest with you, man. That shit kind of scares me, bro, because like, I get where you're coming from, and I would love it that it's wired. I think that's a great idea. But man, dude, I had like 2 different headsets, right? And I've accidentally stepped on the cord and pulled on it where it fucked up the headset. And I hope that shit doesn't happen to me, man. I hope it's like, I hope I could figure out a way to like, get it to the point where I don't accidentally step on some shit again. That's the only problem I have with cords.
So wireless has its positives, but it has more negatives too.
Yeah.
So
Gotcha.
it sounds like it has more positives, but it really doesn't with VR, because VR takes a lot of power to render that image.
See,
so if you have a wireless,
I agree with Social, because for those who don't know, Social Destruct, like, I couldn't believe it. He purchased and sent me an Oculus Quest 2 for me as a gift. And yeah, I know, freaking nuts, right? The guy's a lunatic. But that, with that being said, thank you so much, Social. Super grateful, brother, and I'm loving. I'm still playing Half-Life, Alex.
You got a Quest 2? Huh? Oh shit.
Yeah, got a Quest 2, bro. But I agree. Like, I play it in wired mode, because wireless, it's just it's not the same. Quality, resolution, everything takes a dive. It's like playing the Wii in docked mode versus, sorry, not the Wii, the Nintendo Switch in docked mode versus portable mode. There's a significant drop in
Gotcha.
and so yeah, I mean, VR wired is, I mean, come on, you can't expect like battery, you can't expect a car battery in a VR headset. If you really want a battery so powerful that it can run 2K display images at the same time with high next gen visuals, don't expect it to run off AA batteries. It's
Yeah. So you got a Quest 2. I heard a lot of great things about it, honestly.
Mate,
maybe
it's
why don't you
phenomenal.
do a review on about Pornhub and shit? Maybe you can do it first, and I'll do the PSVR one. I'm just fucking with you.
Hey, bro. Rookies use Pornhub. It's all about X videos. Like, what are you doing right now, bro? What are we?
Shit.
Oh shit! This is not the company of gamers. This is like the flipping.
Horny on main right now.
Yeah. This is like this is the company of what do you call it? Nymphomaniacs. The company of nymphomaniacs right now. No, I love it, bro.
But to piggyback off of that, there was a long discussion that I'd gotten into with a few people that were asking, so the technology for wireless is there, and I said yes, but wireless comes with quality issues, and I said first off, you need Wi-Fi. There are 2 options that you could do. You could do Bluetooth or Wi-Fi. Bluetooth is not strong enough to carry 4K signals. Wi-Fi might be, but then you have to look at the thing of about a very powerful battery. So like, VR headsets are made to be comfortable. One of the main issues that some people have with head mount displays is the fact that there's a lot of there's a lot of weight that's on you. So when you're
forehead
thinking
aches.
So when you're thinking about people want VR to be these long bursts of first with VR, they're trying. There's already a sense of presence that people have to get over because it transports you directly, and then there's also the issue of like nausea that comes with VR because you are effectively standing still, but your brain is being tricked into movement. And then when you take that on with the weight of the VR headset in of itself, that thing gets pretty heavy. So like, if you're going for comfortability, you need something light. And if you're going to add a battery for wireless and you want this thing to be both high end and everything, then you're going to need to have a very powerful battery that's in there. And that's also going to jack up the weight. So like the people who are legitimately asking questions about the viability of batteries, lithium ion and stuff like that, those things do not have enough charge to maintain the graphic the power draw out of this thing. So it just makes sense that they've innovated enough to be able to bring all these things, high fidelity graphics, increased power draw and everything, and do it through a single cable. Like, I have PlayStation VR right now, and it is a pain and a half to set up on regular PlayStation, and then on the regular PS4 Pro or even PlayStation 4. And then that also gets a little bit more complicated because on PS5 you need an extra dongle to connect to. So that's more wires, more cables. So the fact that they've managed to get things down to one, and it's a high-speed solution, it means that you're able to get the full processing power of the PlayStation 5 and then whatever else the PlayStation VR2 unit can get. So, like, you know, the people who want to sit out there and draw and call it as a negative, they're not having these negatives towards Oculus or Vive or any other high high fidelity VR thing out there. So,
I want to hear
when they start to talk about that and say, well, it's trash because it's this, it's all cap because he's doing it.
Big facts. I want to hear David Faulkner's opinion on this idea that Sony are distracting themselves with PSVR. I mean, if for those who aren't in the loop, if you're not, don't worry, I don't judge you. But there are journalists, and I mean big names like, as David can explain, who are basically very pessimistic about PSVR 2, and I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that, David.
Yeah. So it's first and foremost, everybody needs to remember what is Sony's bread and butter as a business. I say this nearly every time we get on here. Sony are a home entertainment electronics consumer hardware manufacturer. So every time someone jumps on and says, I don't know why they're doing this and why are they bothering with VR and all that bullshit that they carry on with, they seem to just completely forget that Sony is a manufacturing hardware company. They forget that. And Sony's got a massive research and development arm that just pour time and effort and money and research into this sort of stuff. They made the VR headset because they wanted to. They've made the VR2 headset because they wanted to improve on what they'd done previously. And you made a point there before, I think it was you, Wooly, that said, I'm not sure why they announced it at CES. And they announced the PS5's logo at CES a couple of years ago and the place went bananas. And they've announced PlayStation stuff at CES previously. Mm-hmm. Since PlayStation's the biggest part of Sony at the moment, PlayStation is responsible for over, I think it's nearly 40% or 45% of Sony's revenue and expenditure is PlayStation.
Wow, 40%.
It's movies and music, and if you take their TV division out of that whole home consumer electronics, the Sony Pictures, Sony Music, and their entire TV division, that makes up, those three things combined only just match up with what PlayStation does. So it's huge for them. So they're going to invest in it. I mean, their main goal is to get, and they've said it in their press releases and say it in their tech talks and say it all the time, they want to innovate to make gaming more inclusive and the experiences more tangible to the player, you know. Mm-hmm. We were talking about Players No Limits a couple of weeks ago. Well, if you sit, and I'm not going to pick on them, but I'll use it as an example.
I honestly thought of VR2 with that.
Yeah. If you sit, as I said, I've been playing the Switch for the last couple of weeks. You sit down and you play the Nintendo Switch. You have a lot of fun with the games, but the controllers are, you get just as much fun out of a DualShock. There's not a huge amount of graphic fidelity there. The games are fun, but it's because the games are designed to be fun. Everything else is just flat. But you think about what's said. We can't imagine what this stuff is going to look like because we just never seen it, but we've never experienced it. Sony's pouring bucket loads of money into systems like VR2 and some of the new stuff that's coming down the pipeline for the PlayStation to get the immersion part of it. Everyone thought that DualSense was just a gimmick. Oh, it's a gimmick. It's not going to be enough. The first thing I did when I got my PS5 up and running was I put on Astrobot because I'd been told that's the one that will give you an idea what this thing can do. And one of the first levels I played in Astrobot was the one where you're using the spring and you got to tilt the thing and jump and all the rest of it. I kid you not, I sat down, my wife will agree with this, I sat down, I looked at it and I said, I genuinely feel like I'm pressing a spring in my hands. It feels like I'm compressing a spring in my hands when I pull these buttons in. I was
crazy,
looking at the controller going, is my controller broken? Because I can hear this spring going inside this thing and I can feel the tension. Stuff like that Sony pours money into. Journalists, for some reason, seem to think that that's weird. But that's what these hardware manufacturing companies do. They go out and find stuff. You give an engineer an unlimited budget and they'll go and fix the world. It's insane. But stuff like that, and I'm sorry, I'm rambling on here a bit, but stuff like that.
Preach.
That's what Sony does. We wouldn't have had the Walkman if Sony didn't go, you know what, let's make music mobile. We wouldn't have flat screen LED TVs if Sony didn't go, how can we make these pictures better? We wouldn't have flat screen TVs full stop on the old tubes if Sony didn't have that Bravia thing that they came out with that was a flat screen. Everyone went, that'll never work. And they came out with a PlayStation to do disc-based gaming. They've come out with heaps of other stuff. And everyone goes, why do we need that? They brought out the VR, the first one. I go, why do we need that? Well, we built it because we can. It's sold, was it 6 or 10 million units or whatever it is that the original one sold? I keep getting its numbers confused with something else. And everyone goes, it was a flop. No, it wasn't. Have a look at the numbers. That thing was profitable when they launched it. Because they repurposed those Move controllers.
Preach.
They repurposed Move controllers.
David, I totally agree with what you're saying. And in fact, I think you hit it on the head. You said journalists seem to find it iffy. But gamers, true gamers, would celebrate innovation. Because if you look at what Nintendo has done from the SNES to where it is now, it's all about innovation. And that innovation sometimes doesn't pay off, and sometimes it does. And right now, Nintendo is reaping the benefits of innovation. Sony is all about innovation. And for me to see a journalist sit there and say, why are you focusing on VR? Focus on something else because your main competitor doesn't want to try it. That tells me that guy is not a gamer. He's a stuck-up old piece of shit that just happens to own a magazine and thinks he has authority. But I want Sony to innovate. I want to because look at what happened. Microsoft decided to put haptics in their controller last gen. They didn't take advantage of it, but I would never say, Microsoft, why did you put haptics in your controller when Sony is not doing it? It's a waste of time. No, it was a step. And now Sony took note and then decided to do it very well. And today we have the DualSense. So we have to thank Microsoft for at least pioneering haptics in a video game console. So there are so many things that
I pioneered multiplayer,
So the only thing that makes me pissed off with these fake journalists who pretend to be gamers is sometimes I feel Sony is judged by a different standard. It's totally judged by a different. When it comes to their games, Sony has to be 10 out of 10. If you're an 8 out of 10 game for Sony, you'll be rated as 7. And the truth is, like a game like Days Gone, if that had been on a Microsoft console, nobody can convince me, but I know it would have got higher reviews because let's just face it, some of these games, like even Forza, let me just be brutally honest. Forza is a beautiful looking game, but I find it boring as hell.
I think it's the lack of consequence. It's like you want to go to that place, just drive in a straight freaking line. You'll smash through everything. That for me
Yeah.
is inconsequential, and inconsequential to me is boring.
There's no
And yet
challenge,
that
there's
game
no
is going to
fun.
get 9 and 10 every year for doing the exact same thing. And you see, that
Yeah.
lack of innovation, to me, is boring. That's why if you look at the player counts on Forza, they are dropping. If you look at Halo, they are dropping. Some point we need to innovate. And if these people are going to give a lack of innovation 10 out of 10, what's going to end up
Yep.
happening is that customer base will be satisfied by mediocrity, while we on the other side are busy looking at next-gen VR, next-gen controllers that push the industry forward. And I just think these journalists are sucking up so hard to Microsoft that they are doing Microsoft a disservice.
Exactly. And you know, 110% correct there. Talking about these bloody journalists, this is part of the question before I started crapping on. Sorry. You know, who was the one we spoke about before? I can't remember who it is. I just remember he made that comment. There's a few of them made a comment. A couple of guys from IGN made
Is
some
that
really
King Thresh?
silly
I think
comments as
King
well.
Thresh knows who he is. Was it?
Who was it?
BGC.
Oh, is it Social
The guy from VGC. Yeah.
VGC.
Yeah. I did a bit of
Wait.
backgrounding research on him, and
Which guy? Which guy from my 6 of them?
Oh,
Des-
there's two that. No, there was his Twitter hand is Agent Bizzle.
You're talking about the guy with the spiky top.
No,
Like he's-
so Agent
the bald
Bizzle,
guy.
Agent
Oh,
Bizzle
it's
is
Andy Platonic. It's Andy
What
Platonic.
you have, so Agent Bizzle works for IGN. He's
Yeah.
I've got the
He
tweet
was
right
one
here.
of them.
I'll show you guys the tweet.
He used to be a part of Podcast Beyond. He made something about PlayStation VR, not wondering about the price, the novelty of it because of the price. And then there was Andy, who was Andy was the co-founder of Naughty Dog before he left the company many years ago. Many years ago, and then started VGC or whatever it is that he starts on. And he's a game designer and a developer, but like it just seemed very silly that he would make such a remark that, well, Microsoft isn't doing it and they're much fiercer competition now, so like Sony shouldn't.
Yeah.
But I'm
It's
just
kind of
like,
weird, isn't it?
I'm just
I
like,
mean,
it doesn't.
let me
make
say this real
sense.
quick.
You know,
I
like
mean-
it don't make no sense. Like because PlayStation, VR wasn't a distraction for Sony last generation, and Nintendo Switch, the Nintendo Switch was just as strong a competitor as well, and you know, they still ended up selling 116 million fucking units of PlayStation 4s. The PlayStation Pro still ended up outselling a resurgent Microsoft who had just released the One X, which changed the power narrative. So, like, you know, the whole thing that VR is a distraction. No, the fuck, it's not. You know, it doesn't make sense for you to hold that kind of thing. Anything, if you call yourself a gamer, anything that brings you to newer frontiers of experiencing new things within gaming is not a distraction.
Big facts.
It's an avenue.
Yeah.
It's an avenue for us to experience things, and it's just the natural order of things of technology. It's not a distraction to go after stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly right. With the technology that's coming, as you just described, I think it's probably a good example to conceive it with. And we've got a lot of so we've got a wide variety of people on the panel, but we all know cricket or baseball. We all know how those games work, right?
Mm-hmm.
You imagine playing either cricket or baseball. Let's just use baseball as an example. Imagine playing baseball using a VR2 headset, MLB The Show 2023, 24, whatever it is, where you can actually watch and focus on the ball as it's being pitched to you onto the bat and then watch it sail into the crowd. And you get all that sensation with swinging and all that sort of stuff.
Whilst also at the same time hitting the table next to you, and
Yeah,
maybe your
smashing your
wife.
TV because you're too close. But that's the sort of now for journalists to sit back and go, "Oh, we think it's a distraction because it's not. They need to compete in this." They're saying that because it's not fueling the argument that gets them the clicks to their websites. Like that clown from VGC. You set up a website for $9 a month and you put whatever content you want on it and you smash it with banner ads and all of a sudden you're making money. Well, you need people to click it to come to it. So they just come up with these stupid console wars. And like he's saying that Xbox is going to beat PlayStation and PlayStation can't catch Nintendo. And, the other guys at IGN, the business model says, why is Sony doing this? I don't understand their business model. Like, I can tell you right now, there's 3 different ways Sony can make this thing profitable out of the gate. 3 different ways that I've worked out how they can make it profitable, not break even or sell at a small loss, profitable straight out of the gate. And if they sell 5 to 10 million units and it's profitable from day one, why the hell wouldn't you? 5 to 10 million units of any kind of hardware is a stupid amount of hardware to be selling and making money on. Like, it drives me nuts, these guys.
So
half of them aren't even journalists. I very rarely will refer to them as journalists. They're just opinion commentators.
Oh, I mean, Microsoft does have innovation. I mean, like, this upcoming Friday, I scheduled an appointment for a manicure, right? So I'm gonna get that Xbox, what is it called, nail polish and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm probably gonna get that shit done.
Oh god,
mate.
Hey, I want to say something on that too. I mean, it's not even funny when it comes to when you think about it. Like you got these one journalist saying that Sony is wasting their time doing VR or wasting whatever to do VR, but nobody says nothing about Microsoft with shampoo, shoes. Well, Sony got shoes too,
Big
but
facts.
shampoo, fingernail polish. Like, isn't that a distraction as well? Like
I
their
was saying the
console is
same thing.
Raiders.
same. It's the last fucking place, bro. Like what are we doing? Like their games aren't up to snuff. But I think I understand what it is. Microsoft is more of a social media, digital type gaming company. Not gaming company, but as far as what they want to do with the Xbox, it's not. It's not really about the consoles no more. It's not really about the actual gamers who made Xbox its name in the first place. It's more about they made the fingernail polish because they want Twitch thoughts to play Xbox and show off their Xbox fingernail polish. It's a deeper thing with them. That's why they're more in the community, quote unquote, to allow the rest of the community to lie for them. Xbox don't gotta lie no more. You got Xbox fans, or Xbox people who love Xbox because they sent them an Xbox beanie or whatever, who will sit there and say that there's nothing wrong with Halo Infinite and act like it's the best game they ever played. And nobody can get in trouble for that because one of them isn't signed to anything. He's just saying what he wants to say because he wants a review copy of the game. And Microsoft can sit back and let people lie for him to make their product look better than what it really is.
Yep.
It's still not working, but when you see Sony doing this kind of innovations with VR, you see Nintendo making a console / handheld that has broken the industry open, broken into the industry in a crazy way. And Nintendo is number one in innovation. Microsoft has never really innovated much when it comes to gaming. They've innovated on how to make money in gaming more than actual gaming for gamers.
Yeah.
They think achievements, and that's not even based on what people really think it is. It's based on keeping people on your platform. Like, it's hard to leave an Xbox if you spent so many years building up these achievements. You feel like this invisible digital number is something that you've been working on for years, which you have, and you don't want to leave that behind. Sony saw that shit, did the same thing with the trophies. Same thing with friend lists. People don't want to leave a console behind, no matter how garbage it becomes, no matter what mistakes they make, they will not leave it behind because they don't want to leave the people who they game with behind. So Microsoft has innovated in a lot of shit to make money and keep money, but they haven't really innovated on actually changing gaming for the better.
I agree.
Even their console and the power is a lot. Like, there's a reason why PS5 is performing better than the Xbox Series X, and it shouldn't even be on par. A lot of times it's on par. It shouldn't even be there. Xbox is supposed to be more powerful, but they built a console that isn't like easy to develop and utilize all this power that's on paper because they haven't made it that way. Where Mark Cerny was talking about how they got rid of bottlenecks and they focused on getting rid of bottlenecks, and it's just all this shit just piling up, and you got one
Hey
side of the
guys,
game who see it and the other side who don't.
Sorry,
That's what
OT.
it is.
hey guys. Sorry, I've got to go,
Of course,
but
brother.
I just wanted to leave one thing. VGC gave Half-Life Alyx 10 out of 10. IGN gave Half-Life Alyx 9 out of 10. Yet both companies are questioning why Sony would make a VR headset that would allow millions of gamers to play these games they so highly rated. These guys are not gamers. They are political. They are after money. They're after the marketing money from companies like Microsoft that want to pump a lot of money into marketing, because it makes no sense for me to rate these games highly and be critical when the gaming mass can have access to them. Because guys are not going to get these things on PC. So a lot of console gamers who want to play Half-Life Alyx would be really interested to understand, why do you rate the game highly, then tell Sony, why are you making a VR headset? They are corrupt, all of these companies.
Big facts, bro.
So take care, guys.
Great point.
Yeah.
OT.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here, bro. I couldn't agree more, and much love to you. Appreciate you
Peace
as
out,
always.
man.
So
All right.
before
That's like,
go on, Wilhelm. Would love to hear your thoughts, man.
that's like the thing that's just the thing that's just so funny to me. We have like all these journalists saying, that how great Microsoft is with their Game Pass model, and ask, why doesn't Sony follow up with that? Why don't Sony try to have like a competitor in that direction? But then Sony comes with their model and shows with their type of model that they're not really interested in competing with that type of business model. And they don't really need to, because they're doing very well without
Big facts, bro. Huge facts.
And so they try to. So there's no point in trying to compete when there's no problem. When you don't see a future in something, when you don't really see reason something, why try to evolve on something where there's just no use?
Couldn't agree more, my dude. Yeah.
I just don't understand, PlayStation being the market leader.
Could I finish? Could I finish? Yeah, thank you. Sorry. So Sony tries to evolve in ways that could benefit not only them but the industry as a whole with VR, and then all these journalists come and say, "What the fuck are you doing? Why? What is that? What is that?" Like, I don't get it. I just do not get it. Do you rather want some shitty fucking business model, that barely benefits the developers, or do you rather want an evolution in a step that could benefit the industry as a whole?
You're articulating it so perfectly, bro. It's too much. It's too much. Absolutely.
Like, you're living in a fucking dream world.
Bro, all I can say is this: Charlie Sheen approves. That was a masterclass. Exactly. That was a masterclass. Yes. I'm gonna start calling you like OT Junior at this rate.
It's an honor.
Go on, Gaming. No, but what were you gonna say?
But Will, I agree with you, man. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. It's because sometimes you pause a little bit, and I wasn't sure if you were like talking or not, so I was gonna jump in.
It's not bad. Man.
I get exactly what you're saying. Like, why does Sony have to follow that same suit? Because it makes no damn sense, right? Because they're the market leader. I mean, they're doing everything correct. I mean, why the fuck do they need to fucking... That's like telling a rich guy he should be fucking, following a poor guy and shit. Like, and,
exactly.
Doing what they're doing. It makes no fucking sense. I mean, if you're doing what you're doing, man, just do what you got to do. And then just keep
do. And we got do what you do on the panel, too.
Shit.
It's fitting, bro. It's fitting.
He's gonna hit me with a copyright strike like last time, man. That's what it is.
So that actually is a perfect echo of an absolute masterpiece that I posted and shared with people, and everybody was like, "Holy shit, he's spot on the money here." And this is from HD Gamer, right? So I've got him in our little company of gamers cult, in our little clique, and HD Gamer, he's a fellow Aussie alongside David Faulkner. And like David Faulkner, when he's a man of few words, but when he does speak, it's profound, right? Similar to what Wilhelm just did then, because that was like just masterpiece of articulation. And I just want to read this out to you guys, okay? HD Gamer says, this whole thing with certain media personalities shitting and personalities shitting on PSVR as a bad move or business strategy is really pathetic and effing annoying. Sony are trying to push this technology forward and make it more mainstream. Will it be as mainstream as consoles? No. But this is just the beginning. It may not be for everyone yet, but with each iteration, Sony are making it more mainstream, which is great to see. And I, for one, am really excited by it and can't wait to pick it up. It is also a supplementary strategy that sits alongside their existing business model, unlike a particular strategy from the competition. Cough, Game Pass, cough. And that's what's annoying me the most. This is the criticism for MS. Where is the criticism? Sorry, for MS's or Microsoft's foray into a new and unproven strategy with Game Pass from these same people. A strategy that isn't supplementary, despite what they say, and has clearly become the main focus of the company, and sadly some of its fans. A strategy that may actually have some unforeseen impacts on the industry, such as changing consumer buying behaviour. Arguably it already has had this effect. Game quality, or game development decisions where the incentive may be for games to lean more in towards games as a service, excessive microtransactions, or be increasingly episodic, drip-feeding content. There is none, zero, not even a sign of concern for any of these things. But PSVR2, it's doomed to fail. Very concerning regarding Sony's business direction. Something nobody cares about. Blah 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 blah. Also, if there was any consistency, the media and fans would be claiming Microsoft had better have an answer to PlayStation VR, or they will be left behind. PSVR is the future of gaming, etc., like they have been banging on about with Game Pass from day one. But here we are. We seem a little more level-headed here. Sorry for the rant. So, in short, I completely agree with him. I'm sorry I didn't read that out too great. I've had a couple of beers, so sorry about that. But he's absolutely spot on here. Where is the same energy? It's all about Game Pass is the future and all that shit, without any concern for the potential ramifications that the Game Pass model has in terms of impact on the gaming industry, be it customer buying habits or game quality, and the way that content is drip fed to us now to keep us subscribed, similar to how Disney Plus released their season, their episodes weekly instead of all in one. So I mean that there are clear concerns that just go ignored and pushed under the rug, and yet PSVR, in an era where VR is blowing up, you've got Facebook turning into the metaverse and all that shit, and here PlayStation are wanting to pioneer gaming in the VR space, and you've got these guys praising the shit out of Game Pass without any concern for potential repercussions or ramifications that are negative to the gaming industry because of that model, but shitting on PSVR2 and calling it a concern and basically a distraction. So
they're almost going to comment themselves out of.
Go on, mate. Sorry.
Sorry, I was going to say definitely. He spoke a lot of common sense in what he said. I was just sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just going to say a lot of these, call them professional commentators, because I just flatly refuse to call them journalists, because they're not reporting news or facts. They're giving opinions based on fuck all research. They're almost going to talk themselves out of the wider acknowledgement, because they're just working in an echo chamber. That echo chamber is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Eventually, they'll be talking to themselves.
It's true.
Like their reader numbers, their viewer numbers, their engagement numbers, they're just, there was one there speaking to, you might have seen my tweet about it. One of them was carrying on about, I don't see how they can have a console that's so scarce and then expect to sell this VR headset and it's going to be $1,000 plus to get both of them and all the rest of it. And I said, well, can you show me, give me your information on this, because from what I can see and what I've heard, it ain't going to be that expensive. And I can't see where you're getting this, where's this built up from? And he goes, oh, that's just comparing it to, what other models that are selling for thousands of dollars and this thing's only slightly better. And I went, well, you can't do a comparison like that. That's not how it works. Like, they've got zero understanding about how business works, yet they think that they're an authority on what the price is going to be. And they talk about it like they know. And it just, the more and more they get caught out, the less and less people actually listen to them.
Because they're completely outruling and completely neglecting the fact that Sony have connections, they have partnerships, they have direct access.
They want the general consumer to have the headset, so they're not going to price it at a significant higher price that's comparable to other specs that are the same. They want it in everybody's household, so they have to have to price it at a certain point.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
So
I'm happy to touch on that if you can spare me a couple of minutes. I know there's a couple of people that need to talk. Huh?
Rant away, and anyone who wants to chip in and compliment, go for it. It's the mic is free.
All right. Again, I'll try and keep this as straight line business talk as I can, so I don't bore everyone. So Sony's spent million cubic. And I would say cubic amounts of dollars. We're talking 9, 10 figures within the numbers, right? There's huge amounts of money been spent on this VR2 stuff. But Sony isn't building all of it from scratch. The OLED screens are coming from Samsung. There's some other bits and pieces coming from a couple of other manufacturers, right? Recently, Sony did a deal with Samsung around some image sensory stuff in cameras in the new Samsung phones and TV, back panels, etc., etc. So Sony's getting the OLED screens and whatnot from Samsung, and Samsung's getting a heap of camera, photo imagery, sensory stuff and all that from Sony to put in their new phones and tablets. The OLED screens cost less to manufacture than the camera parts do. So in this trading between the two businesses, Sony's not having to pay Samsung a huge amount of money at all to get these OLED screens in, particularly for the new TVs and the PSVR2s. So Samsung's actually kicking in some cash Sony's way on this. So the cost of manufacturing is actually low straight away on these headsets. Bundle in the fact that they don't have a massive computer chip in them, they haven't got those huge batteries in them because they're going with a wired option. There's a huge amount of additional saving in the cost of making it.
Wow.
In the way that businesses work, and that's just straight up fact, and how they've designed this thing and how it'll be manufactured. That's one way of keeping the costs low. The other thing that they've got
need to take off. I apologize.
Hey, Social. No, bro, you've been fired tonight, man, and thank you so much.
Yeah, man. All right, have a good night, man.
Take care. Take care.
Keep safe, mate.
Bye, Social.
That's it.
Yeah, Social's awesome. Give him a follow. Social_destruct on Twitter. He's a great guy. Carry on, David, because this is really interesting.
Yeah. Sorry. I was bummed. I was hoping to get his thoughts on it after I'd finished talking. I thought I had enough time. I'll have to. I'll catch up with you.
Speaking right now. Is there something you want to chip in quickly, Social? No.
I think he probably forgot he's on Discord still.
He's got no worries, no sweat.
If you're listening back to this, Social, I'll catch up with you on Twitter about it later because I want to get your thoughts on this. Where was I at? Yes, so there's some design points there around like having the cable, not having those huge battery packs, keeping the weight down, all the rest of it. On the headsets, we're not talking about the controllers here, but on the headsets. So there's a lot of design features that have kept the costs low. And when they go through and manufacture this stuff, they're going to manufacture it inside one of their own production houses, from what I've seen. So it's coming out of a Sony-owned production line. So again, it's cheaper there because they've got all control over it, so they can handle how much that costs. If you then go back through and, look at how businesses structure their accounts so they work out what their break-even point is, for these headsets, they've got materials and labour and a couple of other little bits and pieces. With Sony's not having to fork out massive amounts of money to build the screens themselves, they're just getting them bought in, but they're doing it as a trade-off deal with their camera and the image sensory division, and they're getting money for it. This image sensory division is getting money for it. Sony could be getting these screens in for, we're talking maybe tens of dollars per unit, not hundreds of dollars per unit. So they the screens for one of these VR2 headsets, it could be $12 or $15 for the screens in the headset. That's it. By the time you factor in the cabling and all the rest of it, the haptics that are going in it are very similar to the haptics that they're using in the DualSense. We're talking a headset that could potentially be materials only cost of $60 or $70.
Wow.
You pump the tech in on top of that they've now done in the R&D department, with the computer chips that do need to go in with the headsets and that for the rendering, additional rendering and all that sort of stuff. You might be looking at a headset at the end of the production line, straight in the box. You might be looking at something that's $260, $240, $250 is what the cost is.
Wow.
Put it in a box, put it on a pallet, and send it. Now, if they do it, and it gets cheaper the more they make. So if Sony decide to go, you know what, we're just going to blast out. We'll do a 2 million unit run to start with, to get the bugs worked out and all the rest of it on the production line. We'll pump out 2 million in our first run, and if they take off, we start selling them out in the market. If it takes off, we'll just keep pumping until we get to 10 million. And the more you pump out, the cheaper they become. They don't have to do a huge amount of change out on their tooling from this unit compared to their last unit, because they're not too dissimilar in size.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't have to build a completely new production line either. There's a huge amount of cost saving happening there. And again, as I've said before, they are a hardware manufacturing company. They know how to make these things en masse and cheaply and effectively, efficiently.
Mm-hmm.
You could be looking at, I've heard, not confirmed, but I've heard from different parts around Europe and Japan, they're looking at doing a launch digital only version, and they've got a 2 games in the bundle, and it's $749 US. The digital edition PlayStation is $399. So that means if it's $399 to $749, you're looking at something that's less than $400. $350. And that's profitable straight off the bat. The first one's making them money.
Yeah.
So
a next gen VR, a PS5, and 2 games for $749. I mean, I've got a PS5 right now, but I'd still buy that.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. And these journalists turn around and go, "Oh, it's a bad business model. We're not too sure. Why are they doing this? They've got no competition." Like, when you're the benchmark and setting the standards, and you can do this. And Jim Ryan has said this a huge amount of times. He said, when they asked why, he says, well, why not? Why the hell not? Why can't they go and have some fun? I guarantee you, every engineer that's worked on that PSVR2 headset is having an absolute ball of a time. They're enjoying what they do. Because they've been
every
given
game
a task
developer, it's something
and freedom
new and
to do
something
it.
different, right?
Yeah, look, we were told Guerrilla was working on a second game, and Firesprite had something in the works that was VR. We've seen a 10-second snippet of what that Horizon game is going to be. Like,
DZ.
You try and,
DZ made a really good point. I'm not sure if it was last night or a couple of days ago. I can't quite recall. But he made a great point. And if DZ wants to chip in on this, by all means, that it's very clever how they're implementing VR strategy, because they're using a combination of studios to work together to lighten the load off one studio so that they can still focus on their dominant projects. Firesprite, for example, they're working with Guerrilla Games in partnership, but Firesprite still have a huge reveal that they've not yet shown. That this isn't even their main their main cake.
No.
What they've shown so far with Call of the Mountain. So it seems to me like Sony are very much the experts here on how their business is successful. They know what makes their business successful. They know what to do to continue to make it successful. And it's just these dudes sat at home on a computer ranting and venting about how awesome the competition is and how much Sony suck for charging full price for a product they've spent 4, 5, 6 years creating. In Days Gone's case, 8 years. And that's a cool kind of following into that subject, which we will touch on very shortly. You know,
you robbed me, mate. You robbed me.
I've robbed you of a rolling, but it's true, and they're experts here. They are very, very good at what they do. They are very pro. They know how their business model is successful. They know what works, and what they're doing is that they seem to be streamlining everything into such an efficient machine. With the whole dual studio working together collab concept with these VR titles to VR itself, PSVR2, and their collaboration with Samsung, as you mentioned, to make the cost far cheaper than people realize or would like to think. It seems to me like they've got their hands in everything, and that's why they're future proof. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, also, I mean, I think a lot of people is overlooking what has happened, especially with Horizon. What is it? Will of the Mountains or whatever? Horizon Mountain, whatever. That VR.
Call of the Mountain. Yeah, I get you. Lord of the Mountains. I love it.
There wasn't too many high level name brand games on PSVR 1. You know what I'm saying? I think Astrobot made by Sony. I mean, I think Astrobot was one of them, and I think I think them showing Horizon is in line to what Jim Ryan was saying. I think people were misinterpreting what Jim Ryan was saying when he said that he wants to upgrade his or have millions of people, like hundreds of millions of people, enjoy their artwork. And I think a lot of people misunderstood what he said when he said art. I mean, artwork stood out for me more than anything, because I'm like, well, artwork can be anything, as long as it's coming from your studios. It doesn't necessarily mean The Last of Us 2. It can mean Horizon on VR, and I think that's one of the things he's trying to say is he's like, we might see The Last of Us on VR. We might see a Spider-Man on VR, like a whole game in VR. Like, imagine Spider-Man in VR would be fucking crazy.
Oh, mate, Spider-Man in VR would be my wet dream. I'm not shitting you.
Yeah, it'd be crazy. They're redesigning the controllers to be able to control shit in a different way.
Imagine being able to choose where you swing and physics. And
so I'm thinking that, and I'm also thinking that VR might come to PC. People think that I'm tripping, but I believe that PSVR will come to PC, and I think that's probably a safer thing to do than to actually put like your exclusives on PC. I don't think exclusives will ever be day and date on PC, but I think that PSVR exclusives will. Mm-hmm. If they put PSVR, it only makes sense because it wouldn't be like PC is an open platform. People think that PC is sort of a competition with consoles, and it's really not. They're the opposite. PC gamers, they build PCs and use games to test what they built. Console gamers use the console to test the game that they're playing. Basically, it's like the opposite. Like we buy a console to play the games, whereas PC gamers buy PC parts to not play a game necessarily, but to test what they built with a game. You know what I'm saying?
So true. That's so true.
So
PCMR is hilarious.
Yeah, they do things way different than that. They're still gamers. It's just a different type of gamer. And I think that PSVR would be a platform for Sony on PC, because that wouldn't be an open platform. It'd be their PSVR. There's already VR there. There's a VR crowd there. And if they could bring their VR to there with their exclusives for their VR, then they'll sell a lot more VR. And then they can make a whole nother section of their gaming aspect on using on VR and on PlayStation. And PlayStation gamers wouldn't really complain because buying a PSVR is like buying a whole other system. And it'd be its own platform on there. All they gotta do is make a PSVR store and call it a day. They don't even need Steam. And if people want to go there and do that, they can go there and do that and run it. Especially if they are VR guys, they're already going to have the specs to run this. So if they want to play Horizon VR, they can do it on their PC. They don't need to buy a PlayStation 5, but they will buy a PSVR, and that's Sony will make their hardware money off on that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you don't even.
Bro,
Most VR games.
It's a good thought. It's. I mean, you could be right with that. I don't know whether I'd say it's 50-50 the chances of that happening, to be fair, because you very much kind of like it's teetering on the balance of are they incentivizing PlayStation hardware? Is that what they want to get people into the ecosystem and subscribe to PS Plus, or would they be happy with just them buying a PSVR headset?
Yeah, I mean, I think they would be happy with them buying a PSVR headset, or if they have a PlayStation, then they have a PlayStation. They've already bought into PlayStation. If they have a PlayStation, they don't have to build a fucking PC to play PSVR. They have it because they have a PlayStation. But if you are a PC gamer and you don't want shit to do with a PlayStation, then you can get PSVR, and that's still Sony selling the PC player hardware.
It's a good point.
You know what I'm saying? It's like they already have the power. They already built the power for it.
Yeah.
It's just an attachment. It's like complaining or getting mad that the DualShock can work on PC. It's the same example. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, bro. I hear you. Yeah, I have no qualms or quarrels with PlayStation games going to PC. I do have an issue with day and date, like their main big budget games going to PC, because I do think that kind of I think that very much waters down the PlayStation brand, and it not only that, but it results in more dev time needed for ports, and PC requires quite a significant amount of time. Albeit, I know they've got support studios, but I'd much prefer games going to PC 6 to 12 months or even 18 months after release.
I don't think they even deserve that shit, to be honest.
No.
I don't think PC gamers deserve any PlayStation games, but that's just me. Yeah. But I understand why Sony is doing it. I mean, it's a market there.
It's a no-brainer, isn't it? On a business level, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah. I mean, day and date would be bad for them. They're in a different. I think they're in a different position than Microsoft. So where Microsoft will do this because they have to do it. Their games don't sell, like, regardless. And if they put it on PC, it's open market for them.
Jack Gamer.
Whereas their games sell, but if Sony is more dependent on PlayStation. If PlayStation fails, Sony is going to be in big trouble. Mm-hmm. If Xbox fails, Microsoft will be in a better position. I think that's if they sell Xbox, the company will be worth more. That's like true. It's sad.
They don't want a leech, bro. And I actually wrote that the other day on Twitter. Is that Microsoft don't want a leech, and the fact is they would be investing in a lot
people
more.
Got mad at that.
Yeah, honestly, let me find the tweet for you guys, because I worded it perfectly. Here we go. If I do say so myself. In response to Xbox One 4K, he said to Mooch, shout out to Mooch, I love that guy. Who doesn't love Mooch, right? He's everybody's guy. He's the man, he's everybody's man. He put, I think Sony are playing with fire. We all know who has deep pockets in this buyout game. And I put, we all know who right now is getting return on investment. And Sony is hardly broke. They still got way over 15 billion of just pocket money specifically for investment, acquisitions, partnerships, etc. I'm not seeing Microsoft splash out big on Game Pass, which tells me one thing: they want returns, not a leech. And he was very conflicted by that tweet. Safe to say. But no, I 100% agree with you, Thrash. Before we move on to the next topic, I want to make sure everybody else has said what they want to say. before we move on to the next topic, because we are a little running over time here. We're like an hour and 30 minutes in.
All I want to say is PSVR2 is very exciting, and don't listen to the journalists because they want Sony to compete in a field where there is no competition and to evolve in a space where there is no future.
Oh shit! Shots fired.
Yeah, that was well worded. Honestly,
That was. Did you write that down, Wilhelm?
I just came up with that.
You're a lyricist, bro.
Thank you.
You could write music easily.
Thank you.
But everybody good? Before we move on to the next topic.
Yeah, I'm good.
I think we've truly covered VR now. We've covered the outrage against it. We've covered the technical aspects of it. Thanks to DZ and Social Destruct, and we've covered the commercial cost side of it. Thanks to David Faulkner. And we've covered the gamer side of it, thanks to Gaming Despair, Wilhelm, and myself. So I'd safe to say I think we've truly milked this cow, and this cow can go home well milked.
This could have been the full episode tonight. I'm like, damn, we going in on this VR stuff, which is good. That could have been something that we could have definitely saved for a full focus, because you could have whole discussions on the business, the economics, the gaming, the technology going into it, and the content that's going into it too. So like, yeah.
I want to big facts, bro. I want to ask you, and I'm going to subvert expectations. I'm going to do a naughty dog right now. We're not going to talk about Days Gone just yet. We're going to be talking about KOTOR Reimagined, a combat overhaul. So I want to get your thoughts on this, guys. There are rumors that are surfacing. I'll get the article up. That apparently KOTOR is going to, for those who don't know what KOTOR is, Knights of the Old Republic, one of my all-time favourite video games ever made, without a doubt. I love that game. It's available even on iPhone and Android, so definitely pick it up if you can, or get it on PC, or if you have an Xbox, you can get it there. It's really worth it. And KOTOR 2 with the mod, that's why it's better on PC, that includes all the missing content, is just as good as the first game. An incredible series of games. But there's rumours surfacing that they're deciding to completely overhaul, or should I say change, the combat to be similar to tried and true heavy hitters such as God of War and Neo. I mean, even though those games' combat are completely different, I don't know what the article is getting at that by saying KOTOR, God of War and Neo. But in other words, they're changing the turn-based combat to something of a similar path to games of God of War and Neo. Now, personally, I have issues with this. I would far more prefer they find a perfect compromise that's arguably better than both, than either, which is Final Fantasy VII's combat system, the remake. I think that has a perfect balance between tactical kind of planning and strategy, as well as live action. But the rumours are that they're going for a God of War and Neo approach. I just wanted to get you guys' thoughts. Do you view this as an overhaul? Is this a good thing? Or do you think the magic will be lost?
I'll be honest with you, Willie. I'll tell you straight up right now, I have no input on this because I never played Knights of the Old Republic. So this is like completely
You are not
out
a
of
true
my
gamer. You are not a true
Shut
gamer.
the fuck up, man.
I'm joking, bro.
I'm gonna slap you with a bag of fish and chips and shit, man.
Fish and chips, I love it.
I haven't played it either.
What? Guys, you're disappointing me. We're called a company of gamers. What are you doing to me? You've not played these games?
Not that I can chip in much, but the one thing I would ask is, not played it, is the combats that they're suggesting, like God of War and Neo and those, they sound like they're more of a slowed down. You got to have a bit of strategy with your close combat. Is that what they're trying to achieve? They're trying to slow it down a little bit to make you think more about each hit counting?
Well, that's what I really hope for. But basically, the leak comes from Mr. Matty Plays, obviously a very well-known YouTuber and Twitter presence. He has a huge following, like some.
Not a journalist, is he?
He has some 40,000 followers on Twitter and hundreds of thousands of subscribers on YouTube. So, I don't know. You tell me.
He's not a journalist, is he?
You tell me. I don't know. I doubt it. I doubt it. He's more of a personality, but but Mr. Matty Plays.
Out of the people that he have on Twitter and YouTube, does that make him credible? It's
I don't know.
What does he do?
He just seems to. He's a YouTuber, guys. He's like MBG or King Thrash or
Oh, then we're not good.
Or me. He's like me. He's like me, except arguably far more successful. But well, it's not even arguable. It's just a fact. But Mr. Matty Plays. He has an opinion, but the idea is that he also has sources and he has insider knowledge due to his huge following and all that shit. And Mr. Matty Plays basically previously claimed that Star Wars KOTOR reboot will stray from its strict RPG elements, adding in a more action-focused combat style. The original KOTOR games had turn-based combat. The style, however, has been somewhat disregarded in recent RPGs, with simultaneous or action combat dominating the industry. Though the massive change might worry fans of the original game, Aspyr has been working closely with, and this is the saving grace here, the KOTOR franchise for a while, having developed all of its port work, which could mean that KOTOR's changes won't be too drastic or stray away from the original's charm. It was also rumoured that Aspyr acquired BioWare talent for KOTOR's remake, which adds to the studio's credibility in properly rebooting a fan favourite series. I mean, if you guys haven't played it, then I don't expect you guys to comment on it. You're more than welcome to. But is there anyone here who has played it, who loves it, and has a voice in this in terms of the combat of the game?
So I will say this. We're well past the age of turn-based RPGs. I think action or some sort of thing that allows you to strategize your things melded with action is the way to go.
So Final Fantasy VII Remake, is that a safe bet?
So Final Fantasy VII Remake, or even something along the lines of Tales of Arise, which is an RPG in and of itself, but it definitely does, have the sense of strategy and action merged with it. So, like, I think that's a good compromise and a good rework. With that said, that's my opinion in the direction I think they should go. However, the thing is to say that based on how old this game is, where it started on and where it is right now, it should be something. It should be something, and it should be applauded that they're not only looking to remake but modernize and improve the things about the gameplay that makes sense. So the jury's still out on what this modernization is going to be, but it should be approached with a sense of praise, because if they're simply just remaking a turn-based RPG and bringing turn-based mechanics into the modern era, that just isn't going to work. And the strategy is great. The strategy is great to remake something, but then with a remake, you also have to go much deeper, I think, and add tweaks to certain things, polish things up to new standards, and because if you're trying to reach if you're trying to reach the widest audience, you need to make everything very accessible. So
That's a very good point.
Kind of like what they did with Final Fantasy VII, right? Like how they changed the whole thing instead of it being turn-based. But even turn-based, I still think there's a market for it. But, you know, they're probably heading in the right direction. We still don't know what the game's going to look like because all we got was just like a little small trailer. But, you know, hopefully that game comes out well. I'll definitely check it out.
I stand by the fact that I think Final Fantasy VII has struck the perfect balance for modernizing turn-based RPG action into something far more engaging for modern players, whilst keeping that sense of agency and control over how the battle plays out, because it gives you leverage on decision making that's important and vital for either the success or the failure of the combat scenario. And if KOTOR takes inspiration of that, then I'm all for it. If it just goes full God of War style, then for me personally, I feel like it'll be just too much like Fallen Order, and that's not what I want from this game, personally.
Gotcha.
I want it to be deeper and more mechanical.
Oh, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Saltiest Gaming. He's on your chat, man.
Oh shit, where's Saltiest Gaming? Oh, there he is. Way Salty. He was hidden in blue. I'm so happy to see you here, my guy. Shout out to my good friend Salty. He's a legend of legends. He's hit 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. I mean, he's doing really well. So huge congratulations.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But as far as turn-based combat, all of y'all can suck one. I'm an RPG.
Shut your ass up, man. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm literally like playing a turn-based RPG. I mean, you can hear the fucking music. You know what I'm saying? From the turn-based RPG that I am playing, bro. Like it still exists. And I mean, KOTOR was never taken serious as far as turn-based back in the day to begin with, but
it was like World of Warcraft-esque combat, except more. Exactly. It had better kind of combat, not chemistry. What's the word? Where you the engineering of moves and the way it looks. Oh fuck! It's not chemistry. What's the word? My brain's gone blank.
I don't know, but I know that. Like if you're gonna make a turn-based RPG and it works, you have to make it to where everything counts.
Choreography. That was the word. Sorry.
You said what?
Choreography. That's the word. It had more of an emphasis on choreography than World of Warcraft, but it was in essence the same.
Right. I mean, like I said, if it's a turn-based RPG, it needs to make sense. And I've seen a lot of turn-based RPGs, especially Western-made ones, that don't quite get what makes a turn-based RPG great. I mean, look at fucking Persona 5. That's a turn-based RPG done the way it's supposed to be done. Everybody has their job, everybody has their way, and the player chooses how they want to play that team. To where if it's an RPG based on action, you choose how you play that person. Mm-hmm. And it takes away the strategy. Like I was mad about the not turn based in Final Fantasy, but when I played it, it did work. But it also made it to where I was basically using one person until they forced me to use a different person to like use Barrett to shoot this little light or whatever the fuck, to use his gun. So you had to use him to do that and to do certain bosses. So they tried to put the strategy there. But the beauty of turn based is you make a team. You know what I'm saying? That okay, this person's going to heal, this person's going to do this. This is my tank guy, whatever. It's like you got to build your game in a certain way. And if KOTOR, the beauty about RPGs, especially KOTOR, is it's mainly based on the story. So you can make the gameplay however you want to make it, as long as it works. And it can still be an RPG. It's just that, I mean, I don't mind it being not turn-based for this game, but I just think that if they need to do it right. I don't, like you said, I don't want that Star Wars just came out. You just mentioned. I don't want a game like that.
Yeah, exactly.
We already got one.
Facts.
You know,
I agree.
I really need to see. I need to see them take advantage of all the things that Star Wars has to offer.
Yeah.
And you can do that greatly in a turn-based RPG. But if it's not going to be turn-based, don't make it like God of War. Don't make make it its own kind of thing. Do a mixture of like kind of how Final Fantasy did, to where
Yeah.
you still have that strategy and at the same
I
time.
100% agree, bro. Like I literally said, my tweet is my main preference, what I'd prefer more than anything else is for them to stay faithful to the original, implement that combat system, but obviously just add more depth to it, more moves, more choreography, better visuals, more cinematic action, combat experience, but you still have 100% control over your character build, over the stats and how shit plays out and the moves that you do and the tactical aspects of the combat. I'd love all of that to remain and be true, but if they are to compromise, then I would want it to only go as far as Final Fantasy VII Remake, in terms of that balance. I don't want it to go God of War, and I don't want it to go Neo, if that makes sense.
You know, I get that it's a remake, and the job of a remake is to reimagine. Its job is to reimagine the thing, to make it different, so the remake itself stands on its own. But a job that a remake also has to fulfill is still to capture the spirit of the original. Because if it would go too much out of its way, if it would just do those changes, then it would ultimately lose its face. If KOTOR is to, if Knights of the Old Republic remake is to change the combat system to a God of War, I just think that the game would ultimately just lose its identity.
No, I agree. I agree completely. I think we're all pretty unanimous on this, but I'm surprised how few have played it. It's like it's renowned as one of the best experiences out there, and I honestly agree. It's aged really well. It's not a slouch, even though it's like more than 20 years old at this rate.
I mean, I know there's a big fan base when it comes to Star Wars, but I'll be honest with you, brother. I know nothing about it, man. Straight up. Like, I have not watched the whole movie, so I know nothing about Star Wars. Maybe that's why I didn't catch the game, but, that's just me.
That's all good, bro. No, I get it. We could move on to the next topic. Keep this one short and sweet, if you're happy with that.
Yeah, mate, kick it along.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, I'm just getting up the next gameplay segment. Okay, so shout out to Salty in the chat. Great that he's here. I'm glad he's feeling a bit better. We were playing some Deep Rock Galactic the other day, so here's some recorded gameplay of that. It was epic. So the next subject to go on. Sorry, somebody's talking.
Yes. I was just going to say, and yet another Xbox exclusive coming to PlayStation.
Yeah, again, yeah, exactly. And arguably better than on Xbox because of the DualSense controls. I mean, they work really well in this. It runs at a beautiful frame rate, great visual clarity. It runs better on my PS5 than it does my 3070 PC. I don't know how or why, it just does. So,
fighting words, mate.
I know
you'll upset the PC.
For real. No, I've got a 3070 i7 10700K, 32 gigabytes of DDR4, 1 terabyte SSD. It's a beast, right? It's solid. I can play Cyberpunk with full ray tracing, 1440p ultra settings, and get 45-50 FPS out of it. No problem. So it's a beast, but I have it at high settings with full ray tracing and have it at 60. So it's a powerful machine. But at the same time, I still feel like for whatever reason with this game, with multiplayer games in general, PS5 just seems to perform better because there's no hackers, and I don't know, things just seem to run smoother. But yeah, I love Deep Rock Galactic. I'd highly recommend it. It was an absolute steal to be with PS Plus this month. Honestly, such an amazing month for PS Plus subscribers. So definitely check that out. But the next topic is a juicy one that I definitely want to hear David Faulkner's thoughts on as well, because he has a lot to say about this, as well as everybody else on the panel. I mean, I can't wait to hear what everybody has to say about this. But Days Gone was robbed. Right, that's a fact. Days Gone was robbed. It was robbed dirty. From not from sales. It wasn't robbed from that. It wasn't robbed from success. It was robbed from acknowledgement of its success. So how so? Well, it's actually outsold Ghost of Tsushima. Right now, it's got more sales than Ghost of Tsushima, and it's teetering on probably 10 million, a rough estimate. Because last year it was 9 million. So
Hey, Wooly, if you don't mind, I'll go first on this and shit because
Yeah,
I gotta
let's
get
hear it.
going. I gotta get going. You know, I praised that game since it came out. Yeah, it had there was a little bit of bugs. I didn't really face anything major like game breaking, right? The only issue I had is when I was leaving the last map in the game, the frames would start dropping, but then it got better after you left the camp. But you know what? I don't really have much input on this because I haven't watched the whole Jaffe and Garvin and Ross interview, which I really need to check up on.
it's fire, bro.
Yeah, I definitely gotta finish watching that before I have an input on anything. But I need to talk to Jeff Ross himself. Hopefully, as some of you guys know, he actually follows me on Twitter and on PlayStation. My PSN, we're friends on there. I'll actually have a talk with him, and I'll try to get him on my show. And if he's cool with it, I'll probably try to do my best to bring him on your show too. If you guys want to have a chance to talk to him as well.
Mate, would be incredible. It would not pass that up. I love Jeff. He's such a just a down to earth guy, man. Like how he portrays himself. Like I've got a little clip that I can't wait to show you guys, and it's mostly of John Garvin actually, but Jeff adds to it at the end. That dispels a few trending narratives. That even David Jaffe, love that guy. Shout out to him, love the guy, but he also fell for this narrative. Like he just assumed shit that isn't true. But that's what people do. They just assume shit. But go on, sorry, Gaming Despair. Carry on.
I've been in a party chat with him on PlayStation. Dude, he's a genuine nice guy. Honestly, he's like, I don't think he will lie about the shit that he's saying. And like, I get his tweet, and then he sometimes regrets actually, about the tweet that he actually made. But, I'll see if I could have some of you guys on my show when I bring him on, and I'll send him your way if he's down with that. All right.
Yeah, I would love that, bro. 100%.
All right, man. All right, y'all.
Peace out.
Before you leave, man, I want to say if I came across a bit rude before, then I want to apologize.
Oh no, you're cool. You're cool.
Rude anyway. And dude, it was the first time I actually had like that. You were longer on the show because usually, ever since I joined, it did kind of like make quick appearances due to work interfering and all that. And I would love to see you more often, dude. It's kind of fun.
I agree. Gaming Despair, like he's still a member of the panel. I still have him included in the description because to me he's still a member. But we don't see him often, and if the more we can get you on here, bro, the better. It's not the same without you. So
yeah, man. It's just that sometimes I kind of ghost myself. There's like times when I did have work and I do have to study and shit like that. But there's times when I kind of ghost myself and I just don't want to talk to anybody and just like, man, you guys fucking annoy the shit out of me. Nah, I'm just kidding.
I get it, bro.
No, yeah, man. Thanks for having me on, man. And hey, Will, you didn't come off as like rude or anything like that. I know you were talking. I heard a pause and I was just like, fuck.
It was just like, let me finish, bitch.
Man. Hey, Thrash later, David. Take care. Sir DZ, Wooly, my guys, man. Hey, take care, y'all, man. Peace and have a.
You too, Despair, bro. Have a good year.
Yeah.
You too,
Take care, man.
Peace out. Oh man, love that guy. Love him. Real as they come. Hand on heart, like what you see is what you get. But I really appreciate him. So go follow Gaming Despair on Twitter. His description is below in the link. It's literally just Gaming Despair, which is awesome. But carrying on, let's hear David Falk. He said he's got a. What is it he said? Let's find it. Stand by for a rant. ... Exclamation mark times 4. Oh shit. He means right. Take it away, my dude.
Right. Okay. I have a bet. I'll have a bet each way on this, and I'll explain what I mean by it. if you listen to the Jaffe podcast or the Jaffe episode, and you take on board everything they've said, well, that's how they saw the whole situation, and they were in it. They're probably the most involved in the whole thing because it's their game, right? And there's a lot of revelations came out of that conversation. But the main ones that I looked at was everybody jumped on and said, Days Gone 2 should have been approved. It should have been a no-brainer. It should have been this. It should have been that. It's not fair that Sony quashed it. And then it turns out that it wasn't Sony. It was local management that shat all over them, because people forget that John and Jeff aren't the managers. They weren't the bosses of Ben. They were just looking after this game. They were the leads on this game. And it was local management that was causing a lot of the problems. But I can't work out from any of them, and I've messaged both of them, and Jeff responded. They can't tell me if local management was their studio management, American management, or if it was actually coming from PlayStation Studios. But to be made feel like a game is a failure for all the hard work the devs put in, that's not quite fair on them. But I can understand the business position of it, because it went out for review buggy. It then had a day one patch that was a monster of a patch that took forever to download.
True.
And then they were patching it for nearly the first 12 months that it was out. So it was nearly out for 12 months before it was playable, really well playable to what it is now. So if they sold, I think he said they sold 7 or 8 million copies of it 18 months, 2 years in, plus Steam, plus whatever. And then it ended up, 18 months in, it ended up in the PS Plus collection, so it was free with the subscription if you had the PS5. And that's how I got my copy of it. I didn't actually buy it, because by the time I got around to buying it with my particular buying habit, it was on the PS Plus collection, and that's how I played it. Had the 60 FPS patch on it, and everything was really good. At that point, it was a really good game, but when they launched it, it wasn't. And it got smashed by the critics. It got smashed by internal quality control. And because from what I can see and understand from what they're saying is local management kicked it out the gate because they were under pressure to get the game out. And they just kicked it out in the wild and said, there it is, go off and have fun. It didn't meet Sony's high quality standards, and the Metacritic score got it smashed. Now, that's Days Gone itself. It had its issues. It solved its issues. Plenty of games have come out not that great, but Sony does not stand for that kind of quality. When was the last time Sony kicked out? The Order 1886 got kicked out, got smashed, and they've never touched it since. There's an name association with that stuff. They won't touch it. Whatever comes out that's a sequel to Days Gone, if it ever shows up, will not be called Days Gone 2. I guarantee you that, because there's a word association.
It's called
with
the
that
day
game.
before. The day before, guys.
Weeks gone, whatever you want to call it. It will not be called Days Gone 2. I can just about guarantee you that, because of that name association. That aside, is it a commercial success? Well, it was on sale within 2 months of being released at 50% plus discounts. It's been on sale and in the PS Plus collection and all that sort of stuff. It got pushed out to go on Steam and on the PC, and it sold over 1 million copies there, but it's selling at $40, not $70 and all that sort of stuff. It's been discounted on sale and all the rest of it. For a game that took 8+ years to build and then had 18 months worth of post-launch development work plus a port to PC, from what I can see and what I can understand, it hasn't been that massive commercial success for the return on investment, so the ROI piece you mentioned earlier. Mm-hmm. It didn't hit the ROI marker. That's why people got yelled at, so to speak. If you don't meet the ROI markers, and that is the measure of success for Sony, is it critically successful? Is it return on investment successful? And is it commercially successful? If you don't meet those three things, you've got to sit down in front of some pretty big people and explain yourself. It's like you said, give it another 6 months, it would have been polished and kicked out, and it probably would have done 10 million in 12 months.
What's
Brilliant
interesting is
game.
they said that
needed to be fixed.
they wouldn't have delayed it. They didn't want to delay it. They were sick of it. They just wanted to get like the devs themselves. John Garvin and Jeff Ross wanted it out. They had enough.
It's like being married to someone you can't stand, and eventually it just gets to that point where I just want to be away from this person. And you can tell that in the finished product when it launched. So see some of the first gameplays coming through, people doing gameplays, that it had the most basic of things not working properly. Some of the most bread and butter things that Sony narrative-driven games are built around, it had bugs in NPCs, it had trophies that wouldn't trigger, shit like that. So all criticism at that point was fair, in my opinion. They've spent a long time fixing it, which means it costs a lot of money to fix it. So you might as well say it was what it is now. It's nearly a 10 years in development game to get to what we have now. That's not a commercial success because of thinking of how many millions of dollars have been poured into it. Now, I say all that respectfully. I think it's one of the best games I've played for the soundtrack.
Oh,
and
love it, bro.
I've said this publicly. I've said this on Twitter as well. When you had the option to do the stealthy, take out the Reapers and the other drifters, and you actually got the opportunity, instead of just running in there and shooting the shit out of everyone, you played stealthy like, it gave me some Metal Gear Solid vibes with how you could sneak and utilize the terrain and that sort of stuff. It gave me some vibes for that. And I really loved Metal Gear Solid. So the game is good now. It wasn't good then. And when John and Jeff,
it's visually stunning. I mean, let's not lie.
Oh, it is now.
I mean,
yeah.
For this to be like a Bend Studio game, an Unreal Engine 4 game as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's in terms of environmental design and environmental graphics, it's arguably in the top 5 best looking games. It's way above Horizon Zero Dawn, in my opinion, in terms of visuals. Like when you actually look at the detail, on the rocks, on the ground, the 2K textures on the trees, like the high resolution textures and detail.
Brilliant.
It's amazing.
It's brilliant what they managed to wring out of that engine and what they managed to do with it. And that's why I say, all respect to them. They spent a long time getting this thing to do stuff it probably shouldn't have been able to do, but they managed to get it to do it. Unfortunately, it wasn't as commercial success for a few different factors. And when John and Jeff left, and at different points in time, Ben went from, like you said, we started with 30 or 40 people, and all of a sudden we just grew and grew. And by the time we got to the end of it, it was just this mass amount of people, and there was a bit of chaos and, changing culture and changing size and all the rest of it. And Sony wanted this and Sony wanted that, or PlayStation wanted this and that, and they weren't comfortable, so they've gone. And I said in a tweet, subset to this, now they've gone off on their own. If those two decided they wanted to do something, they could do like what they've done with Haven Studios. They could get the team they want, go and talk to Shuhei and say, hey, we want to do this, and we may get a successor to Days Gone from an independent studio that Sony's going to fund them, and just let them do their own thing using Decima Engine or whatever it is. There's a possibility of that. But I say all that spiel because we're talking about, is it fair, is it right, is it just? Mm-hmm. They spent all that time and money and effort to make that game, and it's a brilliant game. And they pin it against Ghost of Tsushima, which is pretty close in terms of sales numbers, right?
Yeah.
Ghost of Tsushima was beautiful when it came out. Pretty much bang on, no bugs, no massive. It was brilliant. And then, 4-6 months after that, they threw out Ghost of Tsushima Legends. Free DLC multiplayer upgrade. Why could they do that? Well, because they didn't have to spend a heap of time and money going back and fixing up the original game.
You're right, bro. Yeah.
And they sold the thing at full price. I've seen that thing on sale once, and they discounted it 20%. It's never been even talked about for PS Plus. It's not even close to going into PS Now. The thing is just standing on its own 2 feet. And that's the difference. It's that Sony quality requirement. If you bang this thing out and it is as good as Ghost of Tsushima has been, and then you get the freedom to do that extra little bit because you're not spending the time fixing the original game. Now, and I know I sound harsh here, and I probably am a bit harsh, but that's the reality of it because I see it from the business side. Sony will look at Days Gone and go, man, that thing cost us a bomb, and geez, it took a long time to make. I don't think we want to go down that path again because it's not going to make us any money. They look at Ghost of Tsushima and go, well, that thing's definitely getting a sequel because you can carry on the storyline in pretty much the same setting. You don't have to change too much and people are going to chew it up. what's the success storyline to Days Gone? You know, the way they finished that game, it was closing down that. It's like a novel. It closed down that entire novel. To do it again, you'd have to pitch something pretty strong. What they did pitch obviously wasn't strong enough because it never made it past senior Ben management. Yeah. That's not to say it's dead and buried.
This is why I freaking love this podcast, man, because here we've got someone completely throwing my expectations out the window of what I thought you were going to say, because you're coming at it from a business perspective, and that's why I'm so glad to have you on. Like, and DZ, he, being a game developer, he'll speak about things from a game developer's perspective, and you know, King Thrash might be quite analytical, and whereas me and Wilhelm, we're just gamers. So, I mean, I freaking love the range of opinions and the things that are the different perspectives. You know, you're like, you've said things that I never thought about. That holy shit, you know, it makes a lot of sense. You're absolutely right. Like, it's easy to say Days Gone was done dirty, but actually, it's understandable when you actually break down the way that it launched.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than that too. You got a lot to prove when you pitch a game. I mean, Guerrilla Games pitched 7 games before Sony accepted Horizon, which was its 7th and last game that they had to pitch. Sony knows what the fuck they're doing. I mean, Shuhei went into God of War. I mean, Sony Santa Monica and said God of War looks fucking garbage. Fix it, and they fixed it. If he didn't do that, then I mean, we wouldn't have the God of War that we have today. The guy is complaining about something. Sony sees something that, or whoever denied it or whatever. If it's not, if it can sell 8 million. If you sell, like he said, if you sell 8 million on sale, then you didn't really sell 8 million like that. You didn't make the money. You just sold that many copies. But at the end of the day, you gotta bring a game that they are happy with, that they're gonna stand behind. They're gonna give you the freedom to make what you want, but they're not gonna pay for anything you make. It's a difference between that. And you gotta bring. If you're gonna, you have your creative juices flowing, then you gotta have to bring it because they're paying for it, not you. So if he has a problem with it, go to Microsoft. Microsoft will let you make anything you fucking, well, not anything, but they'll let you make shit, and they'll say, oh, it's okay, because they don't know no better about what's good.
It's passion.
Exactly. I got an example. Sorry, I'll just very quickly touch on. I'll give an example, and then I'll shut up about the whole thing. Ghost of Tsushima sells. Say they sell 8 million at $80. $50. 8 million copies at $50. That's $400 million, right? Mm-hmm. An example on the other side is like Forza Horizon 5. They said they did 10 million. If they sold 10 million at $60, which they didn't, that's 600 million. They would have sold 10 million at, I think the average price was like $20 because of Game Pass and the discounts they gave. Mm-hmm. There's 10 million at $20, that's 200 million. That's the difference. The amount of sales dictated by the dollars. Days Gone does 8 million at $40. It's 320 million. That's half of what Ghost of Tsushima's make. And if it's cost you $30 million a year to make the damn thing for 8 years, it's $250 million for a game that does not look like a $200 million plus game. So, and he's exactly right, you know.
Yeah, speaking facts, bro. I want to show you guys a clip.
That's my rant over. Sorry, that's my rant over.
Great rant, man. I'm all for it. Before I show this clip, was there someone else who quickly wanted to speak?
No, I was gonna say. I was just saying. Was that Horizon? I mean, Forza. You said Forza Horizon sold 10 million, or was that Horizon Zero Dawn?
Sorry, that was Forza Horizon. I did some calculations on it last week. Apparently, Forza Horizons now had 15 million players, but that doesn't mean shit.
Is that players or is that sales? There's a big difference between players and sales. Like, if we're going to compare the 8 million in sales of Days Gone to the 10 million of players, I mean, players can mean anything. I mean, players will count people who are game sharing, and there's a lot of people who game share. You know what I mean? So it's.
Well, and that then makes it worse. If you got 15 million and you say the average sale price, even if you count the Game Pass subscriptions they were given away for $1, you're talking maybe $30 or $40 million. How much did it cost to build Forza Horizon 5? That's nothing. I'd have shut the studio down and kicked everyone out by now.
Yeah, the number is worse than that actually, because let's say they bought it for $15 a month, right? They got Game Pass $15 a month. They got that
Yes.
game, but that they still had to split that $15 with 300 more games. You know what I'm saying? Like
Exactly.
it's not
Yeah.
just Forza Horizon that's in Game Pass that's getting money. It's everybody else as
Yeah.
well. So
I was trying to
it's
be
even
nice, but
yeah. I mean, shit, fuck that, man. I'm talking about facts all the way. Like that's why I say Game
yeah,
Pass is in the long run it could be healthy, but it's never going to make
yeah.
them money, especially the way they're doing it right now. I mean, it just
And if
concern themselves.
if you took a game like Days Gone and the way that it didn't bomb, but it didn't perform to meet expectations. If Sony had to do this, be like Microsoft and do the Game Pass thing, and that was one of their lead games that just dropped day and date into it, Sony would never recover that money. Not in a million years could they ever recover the money. They're only just coming up to break even on that game now. Ghost of Tsushima was able to get a free multiplayer made from the profits in the first year, and Days Gone is barely coming up to break even. So anyway, I'll shut up now.
Well, there you have it, folks. I mean, completely changed the entire I should have changed the thumbnail to, instead of a game robbed, I should have called it a game, I don't know, a
game that went lazy.
A game that was good but not good enough. You know what I mean? It wasn't good enough.
A game released too
a
early.
great game.
Yeah,
it's a great game.
Come on.
It's not God of War. It's not Spider-Man. It's not Ghost of Tsushima. It's not Horizon. It's not Uncharted. It's not none of that.
yeah.
Every developer, every PlayStation developer stepped their fucking games up. Every one of them, including Sony Ben, who made with Days Gone. It's just that they caught up to what everybody was at, and everybody else stepped up. Sucker Punch stepped up.
You know what? I said the same thing.
You know, everybody stepped up.
I said the same thing yesterday on Woolies. Chill chat, the hangout thing yesterday. I said that there are people reading this news and thinking that the treatment of the studio is unfair, or because they've played Days Gone in a post patch where it's available and whatnot. And the game has trend. I'm not even gonna lie. The game has sold 8 million on any console. 8 million on one platform is respectable, right? However, there are people who try to compare it and to like something like the other studios, and I'm just like, look, the gameplay was fine. The story was all over the place.
Just promise me you'll ride me like you ride your bike. It's like, what?
Shit. You know, to exactly what to what King Trash said, the game is aight. It's not this hallmark of Sony excellence. And when you said that it's a game that they caught up to what people were doing, this was their game design. I said it yesterday. I said their game design and the way they approached and the way they told the story would have probably been a banger in
2012.
2008, 2009, 2010, if they had actually worked on a AAA game with those kind of productions during the PlayStation 3 era. It's like when you said all these people stepped up their game, those people all stepped into the really, really cinematic era that was grace that we got with Uncharted and Naughty Dog. And then every other studio within Sony started focusing on their cinematic presentations and stuff and Ben's studio did not release a game on PlayStation 3. They were very focused on the Vita, but they weren't AAA games or stuff like that. So they were behind the curve. They were also a small studio, but they were still behind the curve with not having a production to put out something on the PlayStation 3 era. So they're coming off the heels with archaic game design paradigms, and everybody else is performing at 80 and 90 meta levels of stuff. When you think of Naughty Dog, you think of excellence. When you think of Sucker Punch, now you think of Ghost of Tsushima. Games like those where things where their concepts and everything propelled them into the next into the best they've ever been. Horizon's that for Gorilla, and they've all come a long way. So like, needless to say, Days Gone, while the studio went through hell, and some of the criticisms about the writing are fair, and the game launched buggy. The things that they've gone up with for working hard is pretty tough. But like Days Gone itself is not perfect. It is not a Sony hallmark. When so when you have a game with that kind of budget that gets trashed down, the way it's been trashed down or criticized the way it's criticized, even if you sell that much, the Metacritic is going to influence that, and the business prospects are going to also influence that, because it's a game that's not
bugging out, bro. Your mic's bugging out a little bit. Sorry, bro.
Ah, shit. Sorry. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, now we can. Better now.
Yeah, but was just to say, when you spend so much money to come back with a 70 rated game in the yellow and not green, 80 and stuff, that wholeheartedly affects your decisions and whatnot.
Big
so
fuss.
like,
I'll quickly play this clip and see what you all think. It's about 2 minutes long, so bear with, but it just highlights an interesting perspective.
You're going to spend 120 hours with character. You got to identify with him, even if you disagree with some of his choices. So, but on the other hand, classic storytelling, you got to have an arc. You got to start somewhere and end somewhere.
Okay, so what do you say to the people who say the reason the game didn't do well is it was a white protagonist and it wasn't woke enough? That's all. I agree with all you're saying, but I'm asking, do you think...
I disagree that the game didn't do well. The game did do well. It just took a while. So the game did really well after a bunch of technical issues were fixed. Yeah. I mean, the game was buggy as fuck when it came out. We all knew that.
Why did you why couldn't you get extra time? All the other studios get extra time. I'm assuming you guys went to Sony and said, hey, look, we need 4 more months to polish this fucking thing. It's going to be great.
No, listen, again, this is not a Sony bashing session.
I'm not bashing Sony. I'm saying why, when I would always ask for more extra time.
Would you let me
Let me tell you something, John. Smoke the pipe. Eat the fucking pipe. All right, go.
All right, so, dude, no, all I'm saying is they did give us extra time.
Okay.
Like Jeff said in one of his tweets, it was a 6-year slog. It was supposed to be a 4-year dev cycle.
Okay.
They gave us so much support, so much time, so many resources. We outsourced so much material. Dude, I can't complain about everything we were given.
Bottom
line is we were a very small team making a very big game.
Yeah. Listen, I want to give Sony some props here. I mean, if Chris Reese had gone to them and at any point in January, February, it's like, we need 4 more months, they would have given it to us.
So why didn't you? And you didn't want it?
No, dude.
I think we all were sheepish about asking for more time.
It's not that so much. It's the realities, and again, this is something a lot of your viewers probably just don't understand.
Okay.
The realities of a marketing spend for a big budget game like Days Gone are that the marketing team has bought TV ads and magazine spots and internet. We're talking tens of millions of dollars. And if you miss your date, then all of that goes out the window. All that money is gone. And that's a huge deal. So yes, obviously that played a part on our decision making. And again, I can't speak for Jeff, but for me personally, I kind of thought the game was in pretty good shape. And that's just that, dude, that's my bad, because I was playing on a build in a local environment on my local PS4 and PS4 Pro, and obviously it was optimized. And I feel like a lot of the technical streaming issues, especially, were people who had unfragmented drives on older PS4s and blah blah blah. And
so if you would have known how buggy it was, looking back now, you would have said, yeah, let's take the time, or no?
No, we would have fucking shipped that game. And I'll tell you why.
All right, fair.
Because we were already at the end of our rope. We were like, we have worked on this. It's like we can keep working on this forever, and maybe it'll get incrementally. But Jeff, I don't know. Did you really feel like there was like fundamental issues with the game that we could have fixed it with an additional 6 months?
Okay, two things. I think that yes, there, with hindsight, there's some things that we could have attempted to improve pacing early on. It still doesn't change the fact that the game design was kind of dated. When you start a game in 2012 and finish in 2019, you got to find a way to stay ahead of the future curve.
That's fair.
But
that's fair.
So we couldn't. There's some things we couldn't fix. Like Deacon was a white male protagonist.
Would you have wanted to fix that? Is that a thing to fix?
No, not absolutely not. But
so that you kind of get the idea now. I'll pause it there. But I mean, both John and Jeff hit some incredibly important points that DZ just touched on just then, in what he was saying before. First of all, they would have shipped the game regardless if they had known then what they know now about the game and how it launched. They would have still shipped it. They were done with it. They really, it was it took from 2012 to 2019 to make this bad boy, and they were just exhausted with it. Second of all, because it was started development in 2012, design was a little archaic by this point. Gaming progresses really quickly, and you got to stay ahead of the curve. That's why development cycles of about 4 years are probably the highest recommended. Am I right, DZ? I don't know if DZ's here.
Yeah. Sorry. I ran to the bathroom.
Oh, good. Sorry, bro.
Yeah. Game design. The new game trends are always happening, and it takes time to implement these things and polish. And to be implementing things in the last year is the sign of disaster, because you're going to have something that just does not stack up with the rest. So you need time to do this, which is why you have a pre-production phase, and then you have a full-on production. So once you enter full production, that typically is something that will include testing of emergent game technologies that you could probably still have time within the production to iterate, to test, get feedback on, and then either decide, is the research that you're doing, would it marry with everything else, and would it carry itself forward as something strong that you could quickly iterate and polish? And if you can't, then that's just something that you shelve and return back to post-launch, or when you get to the very next game, which you see things that they're capable of doing, and it kind of moves the industry forward, and that works. And that's just the thing. So like 4 to 5 year production time is probably ideal. The more you wait for something and you get into 6 or 7 years, you got to be damn good, like say Naughty Dog, to run up against, to be able to do stuff like that.
Or something really unique like The Last Guardian.
Or The Last Guardian. Yeah. So, yeah.
Go on, David, sorry.
I was just going to say, I'd chip in. They were very adamant that they were going to ship that game regardless. And their point of view, they were involved, I wasn't. But someone up the chain must have play tested that thing before it made it on the store. And it had to have been within Ben management, not Sony management, because there's no way that senior Sony production would have allowed that thing out the door if there was if they'd have known about some quivering questions around whether they're going to actually get the thing done and whether it was ready to go or not. Mm-hmm. So I accept what they're saying. They'd had enough. They were done 6+ years. They asked for more time. And the marketing thing, he's bang on. They have stuff lined up 6-12 months in advance. If you know somebody who's in an international marketing firm that does stuff for PlayStation, they know what's coming, and they know when the big games are launching, because they block stuff out 12-18 months in advance. So yes, there's tens and tens, even hundreds of millions of dollars if it's a global launch. And even more so now since Sony did the globalization and streamlining of all their businesses, so they're not localized in certain sections anymore. But he's right. To ask for that extra time, if they'd asked for that back in January, February, when the year that it launched, and asked for another 6 months, they probably would have been kicked out 12, 18 months, because there were some other big games lined up to come out that year that they may have shifted forward, they may have shifted backwards. They had a window and they had to meet that window. And that's not just the quality expectation with Sony, that's the performance. Meet your deadlines. Otherwise, it does cost millions and millions and millions of dollars, not just in the labor, but in the other parts of like marketing, distribution, logistics, manufacturing. He's nailed it on the head there. Genuinely, mate, you've nailed it on the head with that as well. So there's huge dollars involved.
Big facts. It just surprised me that rather than this being Sony's fault in pressuring them to release the game prematurely, like the common narrative is, and that people would jump to believe. Even David Jaffe jumped to that conclusion. I love that guy, but even he jumped to that conclusion. Actually, it's very, very different. The dynamic of dev to studio relationship is very different to what we maybe assume. But no, that's awesome. King Thrash had to jump. Sorry we didn't give him a proper send out, but grateful that he was here for as long as he was. Thank you so much, King Thrash, for joining us, brother. Definitely give King Thrash a follow. He's in the description below. Follow him at DoWhatYouDo7 on Twitter. That's his sorry, DoWhatYouDo6, not 7. DoWhatYouDo6 is his Twitter account. Or follow him on YouTube. I've linked his YouTube down below, King Thrash Gaming, as well. Definitely worth a follow, my guys. No, but that's awesome. I think we've gotten to the nitty-gritty of Days Gone. And David, you've kind of touched on a lot of points that surprised me. I was surprised to hear, and that I'm grateful that you were able to share with us. Definitely an eye-opener, to say the least. So was Days Gone robbed?
More than...
quick short answer.
No,
wasn't robbed.
No.
It's oh shit, journalism, guys. It makes us believe shit without. But I'm so that this is what this podcast is for. It's for getting to the bottom of narratives and for understanding the truth behind things and the nuances of and the technicalities behind things. And it's only thanks to having a panel that have expertise in specific fields, DZ being a developer, Faulkner being an analyst, specializing in business analytics, and other things as well from other panel members. It's only thanks to this kind of experience that we're able to understand things that not any other. I doubt any other podcast would have told you. Honestly, I don't think any. I think every other YouTube I'm watching so far is telling you that Days Gone was robbed. Hell, I was telling you Days Gone was robbed. But thanks to tonight's podcast, we now know otherwise. So I don't know about you, but that's a win in my opinion.
I'm really keen to see what they're doing now with this new IP, because they keep linking it back to it's in the world and the style of Days Gone, but it's going to be done in the Decima engine. It's going to have all the spit and polish of what Guerrilla and Kojima Productions have been doing. Is talk about it having an on.
Sorry, Matt. My internet just died then for a split second. Could you repeat that last 5-10 seconds?
What was the last thing you heard me say?
Shit. Sorry, mate. Your voice.
So I gotta ask. Is it being confirmed to work on
the Decima engine?
On the Decima engine? Yeah. Somebody linked me to that because I gotta read that shit.
I never knew this either. That's huge news.
Yeah,
Faulkner.
Yeah, I read it from one of the development. It might have even been NXG. I don't want to throw him under the bus if it wasn't, but someone like that, someone who's in the know, said that they were looking at that it was going to be on the Decima engine.
Oh shit! Reddit backs you up on this, bro. I'll get the screen up right now. I know Reddit is.
They missed out on being able to use the Unreal Engine 5 because the new studio, whoever's in charge of this game, wanted to use Decima. From what I had read and heard, was that he's a big Kojima fan and he wanted to use that new thing that they patented with the world building. They were going to look at implementing that with in the world of the Days Gone, with the hordes and the bikes and all that sort of stuff. And they were looking at having a bit of a multiplayer. I mean, think about 4 or 5 of us jump online and go and knock out a 2,000 freaker horde between the 5 of us in online co-op. How mad would that be?
Bloody hell, bro. That's crazy. So this rumor surfaced from David Jaffe doing a stream, and he said that the game he knows 2 sources saying Days Gone was previously in development at Bend, and their primary time was taken up before moving to a different project, with moving basically all their work over to is it called the Deca engine? Obviously they meant
Decima.
the Decima. They obviously meant the Decima engine, but that's what the guy said. Is it called the Deca engine? So the rumor is it starts at 131. I mean, we could literally look it up right now, 131, and get the clip.
Yeah, just while you're getting that up, I'll finish my point. Was it, they're talking about implementing that in the Decima engine in the Days Gone world, so you get all of that beautiful scenery and building on the horde and building on all that sort of stuff. And if you think about a storyline, the next one from Days Gone would not be a straight continuance. Whatever they're working on now has got me really excited, because you saw all the potential with Days Gone. Imagine what they could do in that realm with that work, but do something totally different. So
100% big facts. I mean, we just might as well be on the David Jaffe channel right now because we're streaming him.
The development cost.
He'd be making some money off you, mate.
That's what happened to Edith Finch.
You keep giving him views.
Edith Finch is one of the best games I've ever played. It is in my top 10 easily.
Here we go.
Maybe top 5. I gotta get that guy on. I gotta get the director on.
He loves Days Gone.
Brilliant fucking game. If he'll come on, I don't know if he'll come on, but I'd like to.
Is that Jaffe?
If anybody knows him or tweets at him, let him know that I want.
He says he hasn't finished it because it's too long.
Help me out. But
he's a proper
that
ADHD
was a game
gamer.
that was in development at Sony Santa Monica.
Here we go.
And then I think Sony was just like, we love it, but we don't think we can make this a go. We don't think we can sell this in the numbers that we need to sell it. And Annapurna stepped up and said, we think we can do something with it. And they did. It happened with Brutal Legend with Tim Schafer. That game started life at THQ and it was canceled. It ended up at EA.
Right, Jeffy,
it happened with 6 Days in Fallujah that started at Sony Santa Monica, went to Konami, and now is at some brand new publisher. So yeah, it happens all the time. G Strow 86 has joined the Diet Soda Soldiers. Tip of the hat, sir. You look, show's working, right?
I can't find the clip. Somewhere along there, the article pinpoints the time. David Jaffe says that the game was in development and they spent a lot of time moving from Unreal Engine 4 to the Decima engine. So that might hint that Sony Bend are now working with the Decima engine. And I mean, that is a versatile engine. When you compare it like Death Stranding to Horizon Forbidden West, they look completely different, So it's versatile and it's a pretty swaggy engine, so I have no qualms about that. But yeah, no, it was not robbed. The last subject of tonight before we wrap this up, guys, because we've been going for 2 hours and 40 minutes now, and I respect your time. Game highlight. So I want you guys to think of a game that I know DZ has one already in the works that he wants to preach about, and so does Wilhelm. So can't wait to hear these guys first. Let's go with Wilhelm first. But I want you guys to think of a game highlight that you guys want to talk about, and whether it's a game upcoming, a game that you've played in the past, or a game that you're playing right now. And I just want you to guys to give that game a highlight, give that game some love, give that game some popularity, and share with us why you want that game to, why you're highlighting that game, so to speak, if that makes sense. So Wilhelm.
I spent some time thinking about it, and I could do the obvious choices, like Death Stranding or Yakuza 0, but I instead choose a game that I don't think gets the recognition it deserves. A game that I absolutely love from the bottom of my heart, and a game that I have explanations. I have my reasons why I love it so much, but at the same time, I love it for things that it does even wrong. I love it for things that I love even the aspects of it that are undercooked somehow. And the game that I'm talking about is Deadly Premonition by Swery65. It's
Oh,
I love that game so much. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I wish Akira was there because Akira's also as passionate about that game as I am, and we would have also talked about it on his podcast if that ever if that idea ever became a reality.
is that the first
Basically,
game or the second game?
first one.
The director's
Second
cut.
game is that's the thing. There are like 3 versions of that game: the Xbox 360 original, then there's the director's cut, and then there's the Switch version, which is weird because the Switch version has some of the enhancements of the director's cut, like the changed camera angle, but it doesn't have the content. You know. Basically, the difference is the director's cut has a different camera view, and the director's cut has some additional cutscenes. While the Xbox
It's
original
very
version
Alan
has,
Wake, isn't it?
yeah, it's very Swery65 said that he took his inspiration for that game from David Lynch's Twin Peaks because the game is very Twin Peaks.
Oh wow!
Like
Alan Wake's known to be very Twin Peaks, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Like David Lynch, he's a fucking guru, except the NFT shit he's doing. But other than that,
I know
he's
you're
not.
heartbroken about that, dude.
I know. But other than that, he's a master. And to those of you who don't know what Deadly Premonition is, it's a survival horror game, and that's very much inspired by Twin Peaks and such. It's a very very bizarre, very abstract type game, very silly. Some people call it. At the time when it came out, it was quite fascinating because journalists either thought it was one of the worst games ever, or they thought it was a masterpiece. People either gave it a 1 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10. To me, it's like a clear one of my most confident 10 out of 10 ratings I can give because it's to break it down, this is how I personally describe the game. This game is one of my most confident 5-star ratings because this game is so silly and weird that it creates a new kind of brilliant. This game is so bizarre but wonderful. It creates a different kind of beautiful.
Yeah.
Honestly, like the story, the characters, they're all just so wild. They're all just so abstract. So fucking what do you call it? What's the word again? Fuck. Wait. Let me think for a bit. God. Of course, that word doesn't come to my mind. But like, this game is absolute bad shit. This game is absolute bad shit. It's real as hell. It tells a story. It has moments that are weird that come across as cheap, that come across as bad, but at the same time, how it delivers it, at the same time, it's brilliant. It's absolutely fascinating. It's to put into words the genius of that craft.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it tells a story that you think at first is, entertainingly bad, but how the story unfolds, how the story continues is actually quite brilliant. Like, it has one of the greatest stories to me ever put in a game, and it has one of the greatest endings in a game I've ever seen. The main character, Francis York Morgan, is one of my favorite video game characters of all time. Like, he's such a deliciously just abstract, weird person, but he's also devilishly charming. He's just incredible as a character. Like,
you know what? You sold me, bro. I might get this on PC and give it a shot.
If you play it on PC, download the patch because the raw PC version is known for being quite bad because it has a locked 720p and 30 FPS, and I think it's quite prone to crash. So if you want to get it on PC, download the fan-made fix because it unlocks the resolution. It gives you 60 FPS, and
Oh wow,
isn't that prone to crashes?
I'll make
So,
sure I do that. I'll make sure I do that.
absolutely do. It's very hard to say why
Oh
exactly
shit,
I
that's
love this game
scary,
because
bro. I'm
I
watching
know,
this creepy
I
shit
know,
right
like
now. Oh,
like
I don't
the
like
combat. The combat itself. The combat. It is the survival horror after all. So you also have to shoot the monsters and all, and it's quite an unpolished combat system. It's even known that the combat system was like implemented last minute because they thought the game would sell more if they involved combat in it. And even though it's very undercooked, even though it's basically a cheaper version of Resident Evil 4's combat, it's still fun, and I don't know why. I don't know
What
why
game
it's
is
still
that?
fun.
Sorry.
Hey, Kara, what's good, brother?
Kira,
Yeah,
my
sorry,
man,
man.
my man, it's our game.
I'm glad you're here.
It's our game.
Which game are you talking about? They said creepy. That's why I'm wondering what that is.
Deadly Premonition.
Oh,
It's Deadly Premonition.
okay, Deadly Premonition. Yeah, yeah, that
Absolute
game is
masterpiece.
that game is it has a cult following.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was on PC. Then you got the Nintendo Switch for the second one, which was really rough, but it was, let's just say it like this, it was rough as a technical game in the technical side, but the game is better like in content
Mm-hmm.
than the first
Still
one
a
in my
great
opinion.
game.
And yeah,
To me,
they're still great games if you can bypass the I don't know, the problem with Switch games is they don't really update them like with PlayStation and Xbox games, you know what I mean? So
it
so
just
there's kind
just
of
comes out and they just leave it like it is.
exactly, yeah, it's kind of a struggle there. So I don't know, I'm not sure if Daily Premonition 2 is possible to emulate, because that would maybe smoothen it out in my opinion, just like
I remember when I think when was it at the time where you didn't have a Switch? Because I remember we were both talking, and you told me about Deadly Premonition 2 that it's on the Switch emulator on PC, but then you said to me, oh, but the frame rate is bad, and I said it's also bad on the Switch, and then you were genuinely upset about it.
I was genuinely upset about it, yeah, because I thought Daily Premonition deserved more love, because this is the thing, it was on a Switch already. It was on a console that is technically very popular, and I think it's not impossible to make games run properly in the Switch, because Breath of the Wild did it, right? So I was upset because again it seems like it was not treated the way it should be treated. But the first game, however, man, like if you got a PC and you like horror and mystery, it's a really great game, man. Like it holds up, by the way. It actually holds up. If you try it out. And, yeah, Deadly Premonition, man.
Like,
one of a kind.
Like again, it's like one of those games where you can't like put into words why it's that brilliant. Like the story, I can't really tell you why it's that brilliant, but it's seriously brilliant. Like it's to me a legitimately well-made story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a cult following, man. Like it's
I'm getting satirical vibes by the way that you're talking about it.
No,
like it's a parody almost. Like does it parodize?
It's like this,
both,
man.
It goes both ways. It goes both ways. It combines them and crafts it into something that I can't really explain.
If Yakuza was a survival horror, is that the kind of what you?
I think you need to like. I think Yakuza, if you tone it down a little bit with the wackiness of it, then I think that could be actually a good comparison, in my opinion. Yeah,
I'm getting that. I'm getting that even from the footage that I'm watching.
It's very it has very so Deadly Premonition has very dry humor because of the main character himself. The main character himself has a very dry humor, and the game uses a lot of dry humor. Actually, actually a good game where you can like have a better understanding about how Daily Premonition does it with their humor. I think it could be something like Alan Wake, to be honest. Alan Wake has moments of humor, and those moments are kind of like how Daily Premonition does it as well. Only Daily Premonition is kind of is subtle, so you would need to like you would need to like if
Like
you
you
pay
wouldn't.
attention enough, then you will you will completely catch that there's humor in it, because if you don't, then you might miss it. That's the thing with Daily Premonition. It's so dry and subtle that you might miss
Like
it.
you wouldn't
But
get it
for
at
me,
first.
yeah,
Like
for me, it's genius humor because
to me,
it's
to
not
me,
slapstick. It's not slapstick, and some there's a lot of slapstick humor. That's why I think I can appreciate it when I call it clever humor, something like that.
Yeah, I get
yeah,
you.
Yeah,
also like
and
one of my favorite things in this game is the main character Francis York Morgan. He has like a sort of like alter ego Zach that he
yeah,
regularly talks to, and
yeah,
basically
yeah.
only he sees Zach. So like he kind of like it looks to someone else looking at him like he's talking to himself, which also makes for such brilliant moments. And there are like
Yeah,
moments that I really
that's
love where he sits in a car, and he basically talks with his alter ego about things like movies. And
yeah,
it's
exactly.
so
He has an
enjoyable.
alter ego. He has an alter ego that he talks to. The thing about his alter ego is technically it's his face as well, with a little bit of different facial expression. So it might take a little bit for you to catch when
Yeah,
the
yeah,
alter
but
ego takes over. But normally it's pretty clear because they have different ways of talking, the alter ego and Francis himself. So it's actually very entertaining, a very very cleverly crafted whenever the alter ego talks to
Sounds
Francis,
like a,
because
a real cult classic. Like
they
it's
they make
honestly, yeah.
they make a lot of decision making as well. Like Francis kind of talks to his alter ego based on decision making, and sometimes he listens to advice, sometimes he doesn't, and it may annoy the alter ego as well when when he doesn't, and that's kind of like part of the clever humor that I was talking. Sometimes it's funny when
Dude,
it happens.
I'm so glad you joined in because I didn't. I really, it's like this game like overwhelms me literally. Like I have this insane amount of love for it that just bursting out of me, and I seriously have like difficulty trying to sort it, which is why I was like at first kind of hesitant mentioning it because it's a one of a kind kind of game. It's like you can't find something like Deadly Premonition anywhere else. Like Swery 65 to create is also like
It's
a
very
one of a
Resident
kind
Evil
of
4,
person.
isn't it? I'm seeing a
Yeah,
huge
yeah,
Resident Evil 4
yeah,
vibes. But
yeah. Like he's a very one of a kind creator, Swery 65, and like trying to seriously put this game's brilliance into words. I would need some time to sort my mind at first. Like so I'm glad you joined
So
in.
you've sold us all on it, my dude. They're definitely as part of the game highlight, guys. Check out Deadly Premonition. If
Yeah,
you can.
again, it's
on Steam, it's on
it's
Switch, it's on
very
PS3 and Xbox 360. Go give it a shot.
yeah, it's on PS3 and yeah, it's on PC. And
Awesome.
I think Daily Premonition too. If it's on the Switch, I think they can smoothen it out. To be honest, you can try to check it out. Daily Premonition 2, like I said, by content, for me it's really better. But again, that game is really rough.
Like
to
if
play.
they love the first one, then I think they would also have an easy time loving the second one.
You can forgive the junk of the first one. I think that says a lot.
Yeah,
about
the
you as a
first
gamer.
one, like if you can apologize that, then you can also apologize to the second one.
But yeah, man, like Daily Premonition is really like a it's like a cult film. It's true. It's a cult classic. There are still people who loves this game that still talks about it. I think it really deserves more. To be honest, like I don't know what happened with Daily Premonition. I felt like I think Daily Premonition is one of those games that kind of like suffered the same fate like Bayonetta and No More Heroes, where it seems like it didn't hit on the PlayStation. That's why it didn't appear on the next PlayStation anymore. It's kind of like No More Heroes, Bayonetta, No More Heroes and Bayonetta both started with the PS3. It's kind of like their first platform, their first.
Actually, Deadly Premonition came out first on Xbox 360, then later on made the transition to PS3 with its director's cut. Like the director's cut version was like the
I saw that.
So,
but I meant like for the PlayStation starting point is it's PS3. Then again, No More Heroes and Bayonetta. These are games that start with the PS3, and I love them so much. I just think they didn't hit completely because those games in their sequels all end up on the Nintendo, on Nintendo's side. No More Heroes 2 and Bayonetta 2, and of course Bayonetta 3, No More Heroes 3, and their Daily Premonition 2. They all ended up on Nintendo. So when a game does that, when that happens, that means that Nintendo funded those games, or else those games won't exist in the first place. That's why there's kind of like this thing that happened in the PS3 that these kind of games didn't hit, even though, in my opinion, it deserves it because they're so unique and out of the box. These kind of games, and it's like I said, Show American Story, that game that I was absolutely crazy about.
I wanted to first get DZ's highlight, and then
I'm sorry.
And then 100% would love you to tell us about this game that I know that you've been wanting to tell us about. You were talking to China Hero Project today about it.
Oh yeah, you saw that. Yeah, we talked a lot. Yeah.
But first,
can I get some final words?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, let's make it quick. Like get Deadly Premonition. It's a game so madly brilliant you won't even get it at first. It's a game that even puts its weaknesses are its strength at the same time. It's like, honestly, to understand anything what we just said, you need to experience it for it yourself. It's an arts game, okay?
Love it.
Easy, go on.
That was interesting. I looked at Deadly Premonition and I saw the reviews and I just kind of slept on it. So like that's pretty damn awesome to know that it holds such a passionate and divisive standing with everybody, either loving it or hating it, simply because of how eccentric it is with its presentations. As for me, the game highlight that I'm really, really enjoying is Tales of Arise, and I honestly did not think I would enjoy this game this much. Every year, I like to make sure that I play at least one RPG. Last year, that RPG was Final Fantasy VII, and I fucking loved the direction that they did with the remake. So this year, I actually started this Tales of Arise last year, but late last year, and I played another RPG last year I played another RPG last year, which was Scarlet Nexus, and I enjoyed it, but I felt like the story was just uneven and all over the place. The things and music. But Tales of Arise is so much better.
You're botting out a bit, bro. Signal seems to be low. Your end.
I platinum that game, Tales of Arise. Got platinum for that.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I got a platinum for that. I love that game so much. Like,
I saw your combat videos actually. They look amazing. Carry on, DZ. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, I fucking love this game, this RPG, and it definitely, for me, can y'all hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Is from
DZ. Hello, DZ. Sorry, bro. Yeah, I don't. Is it just me, or are you botting?
No, he's botting.
Yeah.
He's botting. Yeah.
like your
I'm botting.
your signal's
Yeah.
completely dropped. So it's like
That sucks.
try again.
Man.
Here we go.
Yeah, rejoin.
Yeah.
You're clear now. You're clear. We can hear you.
Hold on. One.
Okay, he's left.
Again, man. It tells of a rise, man.
I watched your
Such a great game.
gameplay reels of it actually, Akira. Maybe we can get some of your combat up. I swear down, bro.
Yeah,
you're
bro.
like, you're crazy at fighting games.
He's
I
an
just
natural
love,
at Duke Nukem Forever duo.
I love experimenting, with games with that. No, I mean games that give me the option to experiment. That's kind of like, how I call it. And you can find it. Like if you search my account and basically put Tales of Arise, I'm pretty sure you can find all the clips that I posted. But and I love that game so much. I've been a fan of the Tales series for God knows how long. I'm sure I played all of them. I played all of them, and even though there are better stories in previous Tales games, the complete package for me really was Tales of Arise. Tales of Arise just really, they improved the combat so much, they improved the graphics so much. The characters are still lovable as always, like every Tales of Arise games. The story, well, if you're not far yet, the story is, for me, it's good enough. Like, it's not your overcomplicated story or over philosophical story. It's really good enough that it accompanies the game perfectly. That's kind of like how I call it.
DZ's just rejoined,
Right, DZ.
so let's see how you sound now, bro.
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, much better.
All right, cool. For me, this was one of the stronger RPGs to enjoy, and I absolutely love how the game just flows. The story is a lot better than Scarlet Nexus. It's actually one of the only RPGs that I've actually played, or Japanese RPGs that I've actually played with the English, with English dubs. So that says a lot, because I normally, whenever I play RPGs, JRPGs, I tend to stay in the native tongue, because I think the Japanese bring a sense of drama and intensity much more than the English dubs do.
I just want to say, DZ,
Yeah.
The voice actors, the Japanese voice actors of this game, they are, I know them because I watch anime and I play a lot of Japanese games, right? I know these voice actors, and they're one of the best. I would, if you have no problems playing Japanese dub, I would really recommend to play it on Japanese, because these are one of the best voice actors from Japan that they put on this game, and they did amazing job. I promise you, man. Like you can like try it out. I'll flip it to Japanese. Just try listening. I swear to you, man. These are one of the best voice actors in Japan. Like especially, I cannot say especially. All of them, all of them are amazing. Like even the villains themselves. You need to try it out to understand what I mean.
All right.
Try it out.
I'll definitely give it a look, man.
I swear, man. Like I can understand the English dub was well done as well, but these are one of the best voice actors in Japan that they got in this game, and it would be a shame that you would miss out on them. So if you play Japanese games in Japanese voice before, I would recommend Tales of Arise in Japanese voice to anybody who plays these games. I would recommend the Japanese voice because they are one of the best that they got here. So yeah, I cannot stress it enough. I promise, man. Like I'm telling you, if you try it out and let me know what you think in the group chat, what you thought about the Japanese voice. I swear to you, they're one of the best.
I'll do it again for my second playthrough.
Yeah.
because I do plan on platinum the game. It's that good for me.
So what is it that you love the most, DZ, bro, about this game that makes it stand out?
Bro, the combat, the fucking combat in this is chef's fucking
kiss.
Like, oh my god. It gives me that same magic when it clicks for you. This is like what I said. The game doesn't do the game does an okay enough job with with explaining things, but there are just some things that you do through experimenting that you discover. And when you play and you discover something and then you see how it links up and then how things work, then suddenly it's just like the light switch comes on and you're like, holy shit, I'm pulling off 60, 70, 80, 90, 130 hit combos and shit. I'm doing all these chains, and then the game has this very, very rewarding system when of making you feel super powerful with the team combo attacks, and they never get tiring, they never get boring, they never feel redundant, and like when you see them, the flashy payoff that they have for it is just amazing. And like
it is short. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
You know, there is so much. There's so many. Like everybody has their solos. Everybody has their solo flashy moves, and then everybody has their they have their limit. They have their limit breaker somewhat kind of techniques, and then they also have their cross. They have their and then they also have their combo techniques, and everybody has a combo technique with all the characters. There's 8 characters in this game, so there's 16 variations of combo techniques for every player.
Shit.
And
that's crazy
for every character. So like it just
I'm sleeping on this game. I've put about 8 hours into it. I need to continue playing 100%.
Listen, once you get to the third, for me, things make the game story really starts to pick up the pace for me when you get to the third lord, and then from there it just takes on the interesting turns, and like the presentation of the story comes out while you're playing. They have cinematics, and then they also have direct anime cutscenes, and then they have comic book panel style cutscenes as well. And so you're just getting story served to you on so many different presentations, and they get far more compelling and heartwarming as you get further into the story. So like it's a chatty game, very much so, but like it's the kind of chatter you want to get engrossed into, not so much like Scarlet Nexus, where the only thing that was carrying that game was the gameplay and the music.
Just a fun fact: the anime, the anime cutscenes and the opening of these game is made by one of the best anime studios in Japan. They called Ufotable. They are famous for Demon Slayer and the Fate series. They are one of the best out there that they got to make the anime stills.
The anime is absolutely gorgeous in this game, without a doubt. I mean, look at this cutscene right now that's playing. It's just phenomenally well drawn.
Yeah, it's one of the best anime studios in Japan. Yeah. Again, when I saw the first they first revealed that opening during the marketing, and I recognized it immediately. I said that's Ufotable, and then they confirm it's Ufotable.
Yeah. For the sake of time, if DZ can wrap this up, and then we'll go to Faulkner and then Akira.
Yep. So I can't say it enough. Go play this game, guys. Do not sleep on it. Woolly egg. Don't sleep on this fucking.
It's wool egg. It's wool egg.
Wool egg. If you haven't dived into this game and I'm gonna talk to you about this game after you see your I do's. When we all have a moment to sit down and
Facts,
whatnot.
bro.
But like, I'm gonna need you to be able to hold a conversation with me about this.
I will.
When
I'm gonna hold a fucking conversation, even though I'll be drunk and I'll be like, mate, just give me one of your space cakes and I will be all ears.
hey, I got. Yeah, I'm actually, believe it or not, I'm actually on one of my space cakes right now.
Mate, I'm jealous. I might have to start paying you, sending you money each month.
After your first one, your second batch, will Anyways, we'll talk. But yeah, guys, listeners, and panel members, when you get a chance,
Play this game. Facts.
Play this game.
Heard it straight from a game developer himself, guys. You have no excuses.
Yeah.
No, that's awesome, my dude. So, David Faulkner, my dude, what game would you like to highlight, and why?
This is going to sound a bit odd, but I would highlight a game called Lego City Undercover.
Oh shit!
That one is super great.
Oh, look at Wilhelm, a man of culture. He knows it, bro. He knows it.
That game came out back then.
It's my son and I have played through. We've gone through the story twice. The first time we got through it, and then the file corrupted, so we had to do it again. Because you can play it 2-player dual screen co-op on the couch. Young fella and I have had an absolute blast. We love running around in that thing. We're playing it on the Switch at the moment. And it, we have a lot of fun. We try and get the Switch to crash out. We see if we can overload the game and get it to crash out, because it's just in there, it's nuts. You have crash 2 cars into something, the whole thing goes, and the Switch can't handle it, and it just pops up with the black screen saying we had to shut this down. Tap out, we're done.
That's hilarious.
But we have a ball. It's so much fun. We have a bundle of fun playing that. It's got a lot of depth into it. It's got a pretty decent storyline for it's not following another story like Harry Potter or Marvels or something like that. It's its own sort of story, so it's actually not too bad. One of the main reasons I want to highlight it though is a bit of an interesting take. You can hijack cars and you can destroy stuff and have a lot of fun. And it gives me, it's sort of like a PG version of GTA 5. I played a little bit of GTA 5 and we were mucking around there the other day, and my son goes, "Dad, when can I play GTA 5? Because you can do this sort of stuff in that game." I says, "No way a 10-year-old's playing GTA 5, mate. Not a chance." But we really enjoy playing Lego games with him. There's a decent amount of platforming and puzzles, plenty of open world run around in that one. There's plenty of spoofs in it, plenty of taking the joke out of a few things. That's the one that I've been playing a bit with the son, and it's been really good. It's not a technical marvel or anything like that, but if you got a few hours to kill here or there, it's mad fun.
Mate, I used to love Lego Heroes, Marvel Lego Heroes, where me and my mate Ben, we would play co-op together, and he'd play Hulk and I'd play Captain America or something, and he'd be trying to catch me and chase me, and I'd be running, and we'd take turns. Like he played cat and mouse.
Was fun as well. That one was fun as well.
But like there is so much fun you can get up to in these games, and they are very understated. So no, that's awesome, man, and really heartwarming to hear.
It's been good. It's been good hanging out and playing a few games. Like I said earlier, Pokemon. The new the remake to Diamond and Pearl, he's got both of them for Christmas. He's been playing a fair bit of what's that other game he's been playing? Oh, he's got bloody Minecraft. He plays that a lot. I can't understand that game too much, but he has fun playing it with his mates. But we've been sinking a lot of hours into this Lego game, and it's good fun. It's good fun.
Sounds
there should be more. There needs to be more. If Sony's listening, don't listen to the crap that people say. You haven't got enough multiplayers. You haven't got enough this. You haven't got enough that. Bring back some freaking couch co-op games, split screens. Get some in the pipeline and get them built. We want them.
Yes, please.
100%.
One game of the year, please. Developers
Yes.
take notice.
It did.
It has
That's
its
such a good
audience.
point. That's such a good point.
It has its audience. It's proven. I hope they take more, more attention. Pay more attention to it.
Well deserved.
Yeah, my summers as a kid was spent playing Crash Team Racing on the original PlayStation when we had the Boomerang, the 4-player.
Hell yeah. Crash Bash, bro. Back in the day.
Crash Bash, man. We spent hours and hours and hours as kids just running around belting the crap out of each other in those go-kart games and never got tired.
This is very GTA.
PS2, bro. The PS2 is, you got the Warriors from Rockstar games back then.
I mean, I don't know about you. This literally looks like a Lego visual mod for GTA 4. It's like it is very GTA. I get what you're saying, bro.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. That's really cool. So last but by no means least, Akira, my dude.
Let me just change my mic 1 second. My phone is running out. 1 sec.
Okay.
Give me a sec.
I'll play the trailer, but Akira's going to be highlighting a game that he's been speaking with the China Hero Project.
China Hero Project.
Yeah. Really, I should give my game, shouldn't I? Whilst we're waiting for Akira.
Yeah, mate. What do you
do that
what do
more
you?
often? I enjoy that so much. We have to do another one sometime.
Oh man.
Join the Hangout.
Let's
The Hangout is the one that you guys want to do. If you guys want to have a open discussion, talk about game highlights, do it on the Hangout chat.
100%. That was my secondary podcast. Is kind of I'm starting to get into a role with it now, and I think it's filling a really good hole. That's what she said. And I do think it's gonna become a pretty big deal for my channel. Check it out. The third episode was last night. It was me and Deezy. But yeah, definitely we'll do this sort of stuff again.
Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, mate.
Kara.
Yeah, so I got a lot of things to share, man, because I talked to the China Hero Project leader 3 days straight, for 3 days. I've been telling him a lot. I have been I got so much information that I didn't know about China Hero Project, which was really cool, and a show American story, man. That again, I'll get back to that. So, China Hero Project, man. So it was made it clear to me that China Hero Project is more of an incubator for Chinese developers. What that means is kind of like the way he explained it. Jokery, the project leader of China Hero Project, is kind of like he's like a legal guardian trying to raise a kid. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's kind of like his role for these developers. He's kind of like the legal guardian, raising these developers to be able to deliver their games and eventually get into, get grabbed or
It's
get
basically
get to
an
join.
extremely philanthropic publisher.
Yeah, exactly. This is the most surprising part about China Hero Project. We always thought China Hero Project is exclusive to PlayStation PC because that's the only platforms they go to, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is a misconception because what he said is that the contract only says that games need to be on PlayStation first. However, they can go to whatever platforms they want. They are not restricted by any means. That means these games can actually go to Xbox if either
They want
get
to.
reached out on or they can reach out to. So it seems like so far that didn't work out because all China Hero Project games so far are only PlayStation PC. But they're not restricted at all. They can put their games on Xbox if they can make a deal. It's absolutely possible. They are not exclusive.
Wow. Okay.
That was surprising to me, to be honest, because I really thought they're exclusive.
They also
but
owe
no.
a huge deal to Shuya Yoshida, don't they? He
Yeah,
was very humble and modest on Twitter. He was in my thread and he commented saying that he's a big fan of China Hero Project, but
exactly.
he
Shuya Yoshida. Sorry.
he's not completely involved. And then they kind of corrected him and said, "No, you really are a big deal to us."
I asked Jokery about it because Jokery, the guy leading project China Hero Project, he used to be a Tencent employee.
Oh wow.
He used to work for Tencent, and the really cool thing is he used to he used to work for one of the main developers of Black Myth Wukong. Like they're colleagues before.
Right.
That's why they know each other personally. And this is the thing, man. Like, and then like 6 years ago, he joined SIE. He's on PlayStation China now, and that's when that's there are many attempts for an incubation project like China Hero, but China Hero is the only one that survived. And it is under SIE, and he is so appreciative for what Sony did them, that he was able to see these developers grow. For example, this for me was one of the best news I heard a while ago.
It has transformed the gaming space, China Hero Project, to an insanely understated degree. Think of Wukong. I mean, that's China Hero Project, right?
Not exactly. Will explain. So Wukong is not really China Hero Project, but he's more of a consultant for Black Myth Wukong, because like I said, they knew each other personally. One of the main developers. And here's the thing, man. The best news I've heard from Jokery a while ago is this: Fist, the developers of Fist, when they made that game, they started with about, from what I understood, about 20 developers, right? They were able to successfully release 2 games on the PlayStation. One is a VR called Asian Simulator, and then Fist. Fist was was extremely successful in China. And actually,
shit!
Wait, in general,
Akira, is Boundary the game Boundary?
China Hero Project. Yeah.
No.
No, it is.
Really? I've been waiting for this game for so long, and it's
Boundary is China Hero Project.
That's insane. This is Boundary, guys. The footage that I'm showing you right now. It's a first-person shooter in space. Basically, it's the Infinite Warfare, Call of Duty Infinite Warfare Mission 1, but taken to a multiplayer
China Hero
whole
Project,
scale.
yeah. That's China Hero Project. Yeah, Boundary is China Hero Project. Really cool. Really cool game. But yeah, that's China Hero Project. So, Fist was incredibly successful. And what he told me is that they were able to get a bigger studio, and they doubled their size. And their next game would be bigger than Fist. They will have a bigger budget.
Wow.
Spare. So yeah, the Fist was really extremely successful. It put their name on the map of China, in gaming space, and some parts of the world as well where Fist was loved.
So it's
and I'm really happy
them
about that
to success.
Yeah, exactly. I really love Fist. That's why I'm so happy for these developers. And there's kind of like the effect, right? China Hero Project incubates these developers to be able to make the games they want to make. And then they manage them to the point like giving them a guide. For example, how to use money correctly, how to lead your team correctly, how to make sure the game comes out. But they don't interfere with their creative vision. Creative vision, they are, they do what they want, basically.
Sony
does not interfere with that.
Evo Tinction 2020.
Yeah. Sony does not interfere with that, and neither does China Hero Project interfere with these developers. Also, they can be taken by any publisher, when they grow up enough, when they're ready, when they graduate is what they call it. They can be taken by any publishers.
Wow.
For example, Fist, for example, it seems like they're also on a way to be secured by a big publisher. Lost Soul aside, right?
Yeah.
This is the thing, because of NDA, he cannot tell me a lot. But basically, what he said is, Lost Soul aside developers are so close to secure a global, popular publisher, like a big global popular publisher, is almost so close to secured by Lost Aside developers.
Global.
I don't know.
Nintendo.
Yeah, I don't know who exactly he's talking about. Yeah,
it better be Sony. It better be Sony because it better be Sony because
they funded and supported that game.
They funded and supported, and they pushed that, and they. As a matter of fact, Sony reached out to that person when it was just one person working on the game.
Yeah. He gave me a background story about Lost Aside. So basically, when Lost Aside was first revealed, Yang Bing is an aspiring developer that thought, he's not gonna make it because of China's view of mobile games is more popular, right? So he thought he's not gonna make it. So basically, he made games as a hobby, right? And then he released the first trailer on Lost Side in his YouTube channel. He decided to do it. This is the thing, man. A lot of the things that he used for Lost Side, the first trailer, were placeholders. That means we're not completely his. Now, what he did is after he got the funding and the little support team that he was given, he made everything from scratch, all over again. Like, he made everything new because he cannot use placeholders anymore because technically he's gonna be official, right?
Wow.
So the first years when he got the support, all he did was to make his own assets from scratch, just to make his game official and not based on placeholders anymore. Because he doesn't want to use something that it's not his when it's, you know, because again, he wants to prove the world that he got what it takes to make this game. And that's what China Hero Project said. He made everything from scratch, all over again.
That's incredible.
And I got nothing but respect
Lost
for it.
Soul.
Now-
I mean, look at all these unique games that I'm showcasing right now here. People are like, what is this game? This is Evo Tinction, another project from China Hero Project. So many incredible games. AI Limit.
AI Limit.
PlayStation. All these games coming to PlayStation, guys, that we don't know about.
You can go to the China Hero Project YouTube channel. You know, you can see Convalaria, Boundary, Fist Before, Anno Mutationem, In Nightmare, Lost Aside. Yeah, there's a lot of them, to be honest.
It's
And,
fire, bro. So
Lost Aside again. Joker said that he played a latest build of this game recently, and he said it's really great. It's better than what was shown to us, last time.
Wow.
And again, they're on their way to secure a big global popular publisher. If I'm hearing that again, it can be Sony, it can be Nintendo, it can be Square Enix, it can be Capcom. Those are the big ones, right? I mean, we're just gonna wait and see on that one because he doesn't want to reveal any information about that. A really cool thing that he said though is there are 2 games that are going to be released. What he said? Going to be revealing the release dates within springtime. He said March, April, May, and these 2 games are In Nightmare and Anno Mutationem. You can check if you can view the trailer. Can you search In Nightmare, PlayStation or China Hero Project, so that you can see the game that I'm talking about before I talked about this.
Yeah. Did somebody speak like they have something to say?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Was that?
Somebody
Was
Yeah, no, all good. Just while you're getting that up, I just wanted to touch on what Kira was saying about the big global publishers. If you look at who the partners are listed for the China Hero Project and who's actually funding it, supporting it, and backing it up, you've got like the really, really big hitters of top quality games are involved in it. So, and we keep saying Sony invests in relationships, and a lot of these other Asian development houses they work on relationships rather than companies in total. So it's probably 5 or 6 that they could end up with, but it wouldn't be a bad thing if they ended up with Sony. That's great, but they've now got the experience of what that Sony magic at production is. Like as Kira said, they don't interfere with the art direction, they don't interfere with the devs or any of that sort of stuff while the game's being built. But you can see from the quality of what we're seeing, Sony is touching this gently at a really high level of production value and just nurturing them through to say, well, if you want to be successful, this is at our level, this is what you need to do. It's quite amazing what they're getting out of that. And then the churn of games that's going to come out is wow, chef's kiss, man. Some of this stuff is gonna make some of the European dev houses, I'll put it that way, and some of the American dev houses look like they're standing still. By the stuff that's going to drop out of this, it'll just people go, well, wow, where did this come from?
Go. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Akira.
So so you can see there that's in Nightmare. It's a game made by from what I remember about 10 developers, I believe. It's a game made by 10 people, and it's a horror stealth game. And this game is almost complete, and it might get a release date again within springtime, March, April, May.
Mm-hmm.
Nightmare, and one more. The other one is Anno Mutationem. Anno is Anno, and Mutationem, mutation, mutation, and just add em at the end. There's another game that's almost done.
But, wait.
Mutation. Nem.
Okay, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do
So
it.
this game is another one that he said is almost complete and might get a release date within March, April, May. So more China Hero Project games are coming out, and I hope people also support it just like how they did Fist, because it really helped these developers to be, to grow. And I'm just happy for them because I love Fist so much, man. I love
man,
Fist so much.
Fist is great. I love Fist. I'm really enjoying that game. But
Did you happen to record any of them, Akira?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you record any of those spaces?
No, man. I don't know how to record spaces, bro. I don't have the option, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, man.
However, there's a thing Jokery said. He is willing to join the podcast. He just needs to see when he is free.
Join this podcast?
Yeah, join
Holy
this podcast.
shit! Wow.
Project
okay.
leader of China Hero Project.
That would be amazing.
Yo.
I would snap his hand at that opportunity to have him on.
Dude, y'all get all those people in that show. I'll struggle to get fucking Chris O'Neill from Oni.
Bro, you're gonna get Charlie Sheen on this show. What are you talking about? Come on.
So here's the thing, man. Like, China Hero, Jokery explained to me that the reason why people got interested in console gaming the first time was because of VR. So a lot of companies thought that gaming had its own, future when the VR landed, and the most popular VR in China, you can guess which one.
PSVR.
It's PSVR, exactly. PSVR, it's the most popular VR in China, and that's the one that sparked the curiosity about console gaming for them, because that's kind of like the bridge that happened. And then the real push for a lot of big companies in China to invest and to give push. One second.
Sounds like anarchy's going on in the background there for Kara with his puppies and his wife. Bless him.
That actually loops really well back into how the whole podcast started a couple of hours ago. Was why would Sony bother doing a VR2? Well, there's your answer. China.
I mean, that's holy shit. That's crazy. So VR actually got China interested in console gaming.
Yeah. So can you hear me?
Yeah.
So VR got the first interest because again, Jokery told me like when he was working for Tencent, everything was mobile because it's the biggest money maker, mobile, right? Nobody in China believed consoles are worth it because there are 3 big companies in China who tried to make their own console and they failed, right? They failed, so they thought there's no merit in it. And then again, the VR happened, and then they thought, all right, looks like there's something to get in here. And then the real push for investors, big companies to see the potential of VR is Black Myth Wukong.
Wow.
Black Myth Wukong, he said, when the first trailer of Black Myth Wukong landed and impressed the world, that's when it accelerated the process for China to see the potential of console gaming. Because the way people reacted to Black Myth Wukong is something China did not expect. And they're made by 30 people, the trailer that we saw before.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And that is the one that is the one that accelerated the process because when the VR they had a starting point. And they were trying to build on that, right? And with Lasso aside, it helped a little bit, but it was not enough for for investors to notice them or the companies. But after Black Myth Wukong, that's the time that basically everybody paid attention and accelerated the process for major interest in console gaming. And he told me about the PlayStation 5 situation in China.
Mm-hmm.
He said it is very successful. It's very popular. It's the first console to do that. To be honest, there are territories in China as well who loves the Switch. The PlayStation really hit it off. Like he said, whenever there are stocks going to China after the first wave that got sold out, it takes seconds, and they're sold out as well. It takes seconds. Like
but that doesn't surprise me. Like there's this idea or narrative going around that PlayStation is doing poorly in the East, but that couldn't be further from the truth. I mean, 1 million have sold in Japan. The population of Japan is 135 million, and that's 1 million out of a total of 16 million PS5s to be distributed. I mean, what more do you freaking want?
No, this is the thing about Japan, right? Like they got a good start. They're on a good start. If you saw the Famitsu sales, hardware sales, which to be honest, I'm really surprised about. Like the jump in sales. Like there's a New Year sales in Japan. Their most busiest, most important sales of the year. It's kind of like Black Friday, Japan, right? And 2 weeks before that, PlayStation 5 sold about over 7,000 consoles. Right?
Mm-hmm.
When the sales happened and Sony sent so many consoles, the hardware sales that was shown reached over 75K. And that's 2 weeks gap. From 7K to over 75K. And this is only with Gran Turismo 7 as the only game that they can market that the Japan would like. So that means there is a chance. There's an opportunity, and all they would really need is to just show more of the games that the Japanese gamers want, and it's gonna have a chance to sell, to reach 2 million or 3 million by the end of 2022. They just need more of those games, but there is a potential.
Shout out to my boy Zuby Tech in the chat. Come to say hi. What's good, Zuby? It's great to see you here, brother.
But again, with China Hero, PlayStation is very beloved. It's starting to rise in popularity so much, especially for a country who dismissed consoles for over 14 years.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
It's exciting times ahead.
Even parents, prefer PlayStation now. They saw the merit because at least they can see what their children are playing versus when they play mobile. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So they prefer that too to buy for their kids. And again, let's say China saw the merit of console gaming and the rising in popularity. No wonder in the last presentation of Sony, they want to double down on it because there is extreme potential. And even Joker said it himself. And what bolstered it really as well is the China Hero Project. When before they opened the pre-order of PlayStation 5 and they showed the games like Fist and Lost aside, it captured them. It captured so many people, and it's so popular. Fist is extremely popular in China because they were the cover on the most famous Chinese magazine for gaming that normally only covers mobile games.
Well, there you go. I mean, what more is there to be said? A PlayStation
so again,
exclusive.
I'm really happy for Fist developers. Again, they got a bigger studio. They got double the size now. Even they got to hire so many people as well, and they can say that their next game will be a bigger budget and bigger scope. And man, I'm just so happy for them, man. I really thought Fist was amazing.
Go on. Who wants to speak?
I was just going to say to add on to that, it was only
Let me drink water. I'll be back. Sorry.
You're right. Maybe 3 years ago was the first time it popped up in Sony's forward comments about their future where they said China, we've identified China. And it was around the same time that they managed to get the China Hero project off the ground and get people interested in it. And now look what's coming out, 3-4 years later. And yeah, agree with me, disagree with me on this. I don't think Sony needs to worry, again, like I said the last time, Sony doesn't need to worry about having to buy all these developers if it wants to keep them providing games to PlayStation so they can feed its China growth. Because who else are they going to develop for? If they want to make bleeding cutting edge games that are technically Marvel pieces, they've got the PS5 and the PSVR2.
Hello? Oh, shit.
What is it? There's bugger all Xboxes.
My internet.
You right?
My internet just died for a minute. Sorry, guys, about the hitch then.
It doesn't like me. It doesn't like me.
Carry on, bro.
There's bugger all Xboxes and there's no other consoles in existence basically in China worth a damn. So why would or South Korea or Japan or most of the Asian countries, Xbox basically might as well not exist there because most of the ones that have been sold are to expats from Europe and America anyway.
Yeah, big facts.
So there's no mad rush from a business perspective for PlayStation to say I've got to buy that one, and that one, because they've already developed a relationship with them. So when they make the second game, where do you think it's going to show up?
Mm-hmm.
It's a no-brainer. And again, Sony's invested money in the individuals at the grassroots level, and look what's coming out of that incubator. That thing is going to be lit,
bro.
And
hit the nail on the head. I mean, it's. I mean, what more is there to be said?
Sorry, that game you're looking at, that's Convalaria.
Yeah,
It's,
Convalaria. Yeah, it looks phenomenal. It gives me like better Outriders vibes.
Yeah, man. So again, this is the thing. Now, Showa American Story is very interesting when it comes to China Hero Project. This is the thing, man. Showa American Story, they wanted it to be a part of China Hero Project before, but COVID happened, right? COVID happened. And this team was based in Wuhan, China, where COVID started. So, this team was trying to develop this game while trying to survive.
Wow.
And it was extremely difficult, of course. China, Joe Curry felt, China Hero Project leader, he's so happy that they made it. Because this is a game that he's a special consultant for. That's what they, at the end of this trailer, you can see it, right? Special consultant, China Hero Project, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because even when they were not able to get this people in China Hero Project, Joe Curry felt such strong passion from these people that he tried his best to keep on visiting these developers regularly. That's why he's called a special consultant. It is the only game that he's a special consultant for. It's not part of China Hero Project.
That's awesome.
And this game, man, like
he is like the father of orphans, isn't he? This guy.
Yeah, exactly. He's like a father of orphans that he's trying to raise. This game, man, Showa American Story.
It gives me Dead Rising vibes. Like it's Dead Rising. Huge Dead Rising.
This is what I'm gonna
vibes.
say. All right. This is what I'm gonna say. They have. All right. So this is a type of game like those games that are so out of the box you can never expect them. You can never imagine them happening, right? This game reminds me a lot of Suda 51, the developer of Lollipop Chainsaw. The creator of Lollipop Chainsaw, Shadows of the Damned, No More Heroes.
Yo, Zuby's heard a rumor. Zuby has heard a rumor that Sony might merge with Square.
I also heard of this rumor. To be honest.
I mean, Zuby, jump on, bro. If you want to jump on, by all means, feel free to jump on the mic and talk about it. But that's crazy. What do you mean by merge? Like buy them or join? Join.
I mean, it is a thing. If merge, that would mean like the Bethesda deal where they said they still can operate on their own even if they're owned by Microsoft.
Mm-hmm.
That's what merger would mean. That's what a merger would mean.
Okay. That's interesting that Zuby's mentioned that because I'd heard a few.
Pause on that. Pause on that. No. Willie, go back to that. You saw that pool?
Sorry.
You see that pool?
Sorry. The pool.
Did I see what?
Do you know it? Do you know it, David?
Yeah, I'll go out there and say I do, but I'm not going to explain how.
See what? What am I missing here?
Go back on the video. Go back on the video. Like rewind the video until you see a pool.
until I see the pool. Oh shit! I'm
This is the
rewinding
thing,
the wrong
man.
video
Like
here. Hold on.
these are Chinese developers who studied Japanese culture and Japanese humor, and I think also the American side as well. And they tried to marry this both. They try to marry both cultures in aesthetic as well. And I gotta say, man, it's done well. How they did it. It looks so right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because
Oh
in my
shit.
opinion, in my opinion, this is the kind of concept that can go horribly wrong when you try to merge two cultures. But I think they did it right. You know, like they done it right. It just feels right. It looks right. It doesn't look wrong, right? If you say pause on that. Pause on that.
I think.
So.
Sorry, you're way delayed, bro. You're way delayed. What you're seeing and what I'm seeing is like 30 seconds behind. So I'll take it back to the pool. So tell me about the pool.
Yeah, if you see the pool, if you see a pool, just pause on it. And
Yeah, I'm paused on it now. I'm paused on it right now, bro.
So this is the thing, man. Like when I was watching this trailer, I saw a lot of cool things that, from Japanese culture, because this is the era. The era of this game is basically kind of a what-if scenario after World War II. If Japan can colonize America, it's kind of like the what-if scenario, right? So what happened is
Japan
it's like
or
this.
China?
It's Japan.
Oh, is it? Oh shit.
Yeah. Here's the thing, man. The thing is though that they're trying to marry cultures on a positive note, though. For example, when Jokery gave me the example, like he said, this game is kind of like Man in High Castle, only in a positive way. In Man in High Castle, Germany wins the war against America, and basically they kind of invade them, right? They completely change their ways and change everything, right? But in this one, they get colonized, but they don't get invaded. They get a marriage of culture. It's kind of like
wow.
It's kind of like what happened here. And as you can see, you can see the London Bridge, you can see the Statue of Liberty, you can see Neo Yokohama, which is like normally it's the Hollywood, right? It's a Hollywood sign, right? Now, again, they did a lot of the things that that supports Japanese culture back then, back in the day. Now, this is humor that I like, in my opinion. So, if you want to read it, I posted on the Discord why the poll is really cool to look at, especially for Japanese people who saw this trailer. This is the thing, man. This pool is called Hanatsono Room in Japan, and it's a popular meme in Japan. We call it that pool. The reason for that is because this is a pool. This pool is basically the monument of Japanese pornography. This pool, basically, what that means is that back in the day.
That's why David Faulkner was like, "Don't ask me how," but I know.
No. That means swimsuit photos, JAVs, and Japanese porn, all that shit. Basically, this is like most of them, the old ones. This is their background. This pool, because it happened here.
Right.
So that the joke, this became a meme because every person who watched that would recognize the pool.
I love it.
And when they saw this in the trailer. Again, when I saw it in the trailer, every Japanese people I know reacted to it, and yeah, it was really cool humor. And even the one of the co-founders of the studio, he commented to me like, this was done because we plan to do something with this pool. But yes, it is the famous meme.
It is that pool. It's that pool.
It is that pool. Yeah. So again, sorry.
No, American Story, man. It's looking like a show at American Story. It's looking amazing. I'm loving the way they're taking this game. But I think the China Hero project is incredibly understated. I mean, Sony doesn't support indies. Look how many freaking indies are coming out of this beast. It's crazy.
What do you call this? Joker is so thankful to Sony because
he
said
is.
This is what he said. He said something. He said something really interesting. And David, we already talked about this about building connections with people, right? This is what Joker told me. Back in Tencent, he said he was not able to feel that connection. But when he went on this China Hero project, he's very thankful for the experience because that's when he felt real connection within gaming, within game developers, within people. So they build connections with people. And again, Joe Curry is again a living proof for it. He made this, kind of like a speech a while ago where he was very thankful that he was able to build his connections with people and with Sony. Shuei Yoshida, this is the thing. He said Shuei Yoshida is a massive fan of China Hero Project, but basically what he does is before a China Hero Project game gets released, he plays it first to finish it. Then he gives feedback what he like and what he don't like. However, he doesn't do that for the job. He just enjoys playing the games. That's basically what Shuei Yoshida does. Yeah, he's not officially, part of the project in a way that he manages. No, he just plays them and promotes them because he enjoys them. That's it.
So before we wrap it up, guys, because I'm freaking knackered, and I can't imagine how others must feel too, because it's nearly 4 hours long, this podcast now, and I know it's been the longest and the best one yet. It's been absolute fire, and we've dived into so much. And Akira, man, like I could listen to you for hours and hours and hours and hours talk about all of this, but unfortunately my mental fatigue just won't allow it right now.
Yeah, man, we can continue it, in the next time, man.
When we get him on, is it Joe Curry?
Joe Curry.
When we get Joe Curry on, that'll be phenomenal to dive into this more in depth. But I mean, we've cut the proof's in the pudding. We've seen how many games are in the works there and what's coming out, and we've heard firsthand, from Akira of what Joe Curry said to him about how they feel indebted to Sony for what they've done for them. It just shows, there's a beautiful spirit of support there for these developers and with this project and with this thing that's being pushed forward. So just to show you, Yoshida responded to one of my tweets about Fist in response to Sammy. Shout out to him. This is a great game and was part of the China Hero project. And Yoshida said, I did not set it up, but I am a big fan of the China Hero project. Now, unfortunately, the tweet is gone. I don't know where. Maybe they routinely delete their tweets. But China Hero project, or Joe Curry, responded saying he was a fundamental part, basically, and a huge, crucial part of the setup. And they wouldn't be where they are today without him, and are very grateful to him. So, Daddy Yoshi, we're gonna call him from now on, Daddy Yoshida. He's kind of like a bit of a granddad to these guys, and how he's helped them to get where they are today. So, big shout out to him, big shout out to China Hero Project, and thank you, Akira, for sharing us all that valuable information. Now, let's wrap this up, guys, because I don't know about you, but I'm beat. And DZ, thank you so much for tonight, man. Where can we find you?
Let me see if you guys could still hear me. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, bro.
Yeah, mate.
Okay, cool. I'm at 14% battery life on my phone right now, so this has gone on quite a while. But yeah, honestly, good stuff. I love passionate video game talks like this, and I learned a lot. Learning that Ben Studios is now working on a title on the Decima engine. That is absolutely ridiculous shit for me, and I hope that shit comes out as well. And I hope that pans out to be true. And then all the stuff with China Hero Project was pretty damn awesome to learn about. So thank you, Akira, for jumping on when you did and started telling us all about the stuff. For everybody else, you guys can find me on Twitter, at DZDevs, and I'll be here on the podcast when I can be, and Wooly knows and a few other people know, but when there is news of some life-changing things happening,
very exciting,
very exciting processes going on right now, but
big bragging rights for this podcast, let me tell you.
Provided that it happens, you guys, this audience will be the first place to find out about it. So keep your ears perked up.
And if you want more of a hint, just look at last night's episode 3 of the Hangout. it's on the same channel on Woolly Gamer on YouTube. You can't miss it. Just look up the Hangout number 3. It's there for you guys to view, and it's not far from the start of the episode where DZ reveals not all, but mostly all.
Don't break your NDA, mate. Don't break your NDA.
Absolutely not. No, he's never done that. I still don't know what this incredible game is that he's super hyped about, but I would if he had broken it. But yeah, no, good luck to you, brother, and yeah, looking forward to seeing where this takes you.
Yeah, bro. Luck.
It's awesome. All
the best, mate. All the best.
Faulkner, my brother, where can we find you, my dude?
You can find me hanging out on Twitter occasionally, telling people that they're idiots and their maths doesn't work. At Forky87. My favourite topic at the moment is these clowns that go, Xbox is beaten PlayStation. That's it. It's all done this generation. And when I ask them to prove it, they block me or disappear. So that's my favourite topic at the moment.
I love it.
But yeah. Catch me around there. I'm a bit selective. As I said, I don't get into the console war stuff. I stay with the facts and figures, but happy to chat gaming. Otherwise you'll find me on here next time Wooly wants to get a business opinion about something.
When do I not want a businessman's opinion about something? I mean, you're a fundamentally vital source of info on and perspective that we appreciate. You really are a crucial part of the company of gamers, and that's why you're our third time guest. It's it must
appreciate it,
says
mate.
a lot. It says a lot about what you bring to the table, and we appreciate you, and we consider you a very good friend of the show. So thank you very much for being on.
Thank you, guys. Keep safe. Enjoy 2022. I'll chat to you guys next time.
G'day, mate.
G'day, mate.
Stay awesome. So, Mr. Sir Wilhelm, my dude, it's been awesome, bro, and loved your passionate rants about and awesome articulation at points, like some proper mic drop moments. So, thank you for that. Where can we find you, my dude?
You can all find me on Twitter at Maximus Wilhelm. Would meet me with great pleasure if you'd follow me. And Salty, if I don't hear anything from you, then I'll just go to Joe Rogan's podcast. Joe Rogan probably has a place for me. Even though you just asked me, do you have weed on Company of Gamers?
Yeah, imagine if we got Joe Rogan on this podcast, dude. Can you imagine?
That would be wild. That would be wild.
He's got the biggest podcast on the planet. That would be crazy.
Give me some of those space cakes before you wind him up, though.
I know, for real, bro. He'd be like, what's an Xbox?
Jamie, do you have video of that? Jamie, pull up the video.
Man, go on.
Go on, Wooly.
Go on, bro. It was just more of a terrible Joe Rogan impression. Carry on.
Also, thank you, Akira, for stopping by to back up with me the Deadly Premonition greatness. Honestly, without you, I didn't know how I should supposed to really emphasize the greatness of it all. Like, seriously, you guys need to play. You guys need to play Deadly Premonition. It's a masterpiece. It's brilliant.
I never gave my recommendation, but I would recommend Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. There, I've said it. Go play it. It's available on PlayStation, on the store. Do it. Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. Do it. It's a cult classic.
Do it.
You'll love it. Do it now.
Do it now.
Put it down.
Put it down. And last but by no means least, Akira. Where can we find you, my dude? Akira? Okay, you can find Akira at on Twitter, Akira 09. Let's find it. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong freaking video. At the wrong YouTube. I'm so tired. See, this is what starts to happen when I get tired. is my brain stops functioning. Not good. Let's get the channel up. Here we go. Akira092421 on YouTube.
Yo,
There
sorry.
we go.
Yeah, no, again, yeah, I'm Twitter. I'm sorry, my Discord cut off. No, I'm on Twitter, and I'm talking a lot about games from the East. Well, yeah, technically gaming in general, but more on the East and more on the more on games that not a lot of people talk about, basically.
Yeah.
Because my what I like seeing is basically when I influence people. No, not really influence. When I help people find games that they didn't think they want until they see it, until they try it out. Basically, that's kind of like for me. For me, it's always like I'm always happy when I see that, because my personal experience with an experience like that is the same. Like, it's always amazing feeling when you find a gem that you didn't think you would like, but end up loving so much.
Absolutely relishing
like
it.
that, and that's kind of like what I do. And I think China Hero Project, a lot of those games will fall into that category, because admittedly not a lot of people are paying attention to them yet. Hopefully they get more traction, but with Fist being successful, I think there's a chance out there too, to bring up the Chinese games. And like I said, I think when Black Myth Wukong ever release, I think that will bolster Chinese games on the map, because it was the first one who accelerated
console gaming on
I
the map
think,
in general, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Console gaming on the map, and South Korea will also make their noise. And yeah, man, exciting times. Just
Very exciting times. I agree.
Yeah,
guys.
Next time we can talk about, because there was an interview from the WWCOGS developer with Gene Park.
Oh shit.
And I read it all. Basically, he was talking about how he wants to reach a global market for South Korea in gaming.
Well, we will 100% get on that next time. That sounds like awesome material to dive into. But guys, everyone in the chat tonight, you have all been absolutely lit. I've loved every one of you tonight. You've been just awesome. Shout out to all of you, man. There's so many of you that it's too many to list. But Gadget, Who Are You, Buck Roger, Brian King, Twisted Sin, all of you guys, just the Forgetful Gamer, the Unknown. Thank you so much to all of you. You've been awesome. And shout out to King Thrash. Thank you so much for coming on, my dude. Sorry you had to jump. Also Gaming Despair for the time he was with us, and also OT as well. It's just been epic. Loved it. But that's all for tonight, folks. Probably the best episode yet. Really appreciate it.
Take care, guys.
We will catch you all next time. Stay awesome and keep smiling.
Thanks, lads. Keep safe.
Goodbye.